Good evening, and welcome to this week's Nihon Nights, a modern-day Vampire the Masquerade Chronicles set in Japan. Awakening for the night, already awake for the night, is Elias of Clan Salubri, played by Noscavian. Marcelina of Clan Hakata, played by Larissa Rave. Slip of Clan Nosferatu, played by Vamp Daddy. Sato Rin, formerly of Clan Tremere, now of Agaki, played by Softinomicon. And Kenun of Lagaki, played by Daybreakathon. We begin where we left off last week. 3, I had to do maths, it's not a good start, of the coterie have made their way inside the abandoned house that they were told about that makes strange noises at night. The two Gaki, Kenun and Sato, are standing on the doorstep, having recovered a box of sweets from Hiroshima. Sato and Kenun, what are you two up to at the moment?
Are we going inside or what?
Sure. Puts lid back on box. Strolls along inside.
Oh, okay. I have Oblivion sight on. I'm gonna just keep it on the whole time that we're in the house. Yeah, what do we see now that we're all inside?
Marcelina, with Oblivion sight, you notice that there is a very large aura throughout the entire house. It is red and white. The wooden hallway smells damp. A thick layer of undistributed dust covers the whole area. The shoe shelf next to the door has mostly rotted away, leaving fragmented pieces of wood in various nooks. The single-floor house hallway has 3 doorways off of it, leading to other rooms. The front door behind the coterie slowly creaks closed, and the sound of the lock clicking echoes into the deserted hallway. The warm night's air turns chilled, and a few seconds later in the middle of the hallway, a small set of footsteps appear in the thick dust, heading towards the coterie. Just as suddenly as they silently appear, they cease. What would you all like to do?
As those footprints approach, do I see a silhouette or anything like that with the Oblivion sight up, or is it just the white and red kind of all over the place?
Yep. It's like the aura is surrounding the entire area, so you're unable to see smaller details.
Understood. Okay. I think Marcelina will look down at the footprints and Slip being next to her. I'm pretty sure Elias is right next to her too. She'll say, well, it looks like they know we're here.
Yes.
Hello, she says to the house. We're your new neighbors. We just came by to get to know you.
The ghost sneezes, but does not say anything in return.
Bless you. When you said I see the white and red, right? Do I know if that's like similar to the cherry blossom that's outside, or is it like I understand maybe a different emotion from those auras?
It is the same emotion.
Okay.
Do intelligence and occult for me, please.
I don't have anything in occult.
Everyone just take a drink for a moment, because Hakata with no dots in occult.
Because I'm not normally the one who does ghosts. I have cousins for that. I'm
I kill things. So I'm gonna rouse the blood to help me blood surge on this.
Lovely.
And I succeeded, so that's good. And then we're gonna do occult intelligence. With the blood surge, I can add +3, right? Because that's my potency.
Yep.
Okay. Ooh, it doesn't want to be seen, is what it's telling me.
That's.
I'm gonna do a reroll.
Wow. The dice do not like you, do they? Jesus.
Luck. No, I don't. I'm gonna do a willpower reroll on all the, 3 of those. To try. It really doesn't want me to see you guys. It wants me not to know a single thing. It doesn't want me to know. That's fine.
If there is any connection between this aura you are seeing in the house and the aura of the cherry tree, you are unable to make that connection.
Okay. I think I will turn my coterie and say, right, so whatever's in here doesn't want me to know much about it. I'm gonna have to rely on y'all to give me a better clue. It does seem to have the same essence as what's out in the cherry blossom outside, but much else I can't figure out.
Oh, could you describe it a little bit more?
Yes, it's like the entire house is surrounded in a white and red aura. It's like it's consuming the house almost. The color is so that I can't really make out much else. I normally can at least get a silhouette of a ghost or something of that nature, but I'm just getting the larger aura. That's it.
Can I try to scry the soul in a house or not?
Show me Scry the Soul.
I will say there is a separate power for inanimate objects. So if the house is considered an inanimate object, I would need the different power. Just here it is.
And we've caught up with the rest of the coterie, correct?
I suppose, yes.
Okay.
No, you wouldn't be able to use it.
Yes, you have.
Visual target, or at least a target with an
Yes,
aura.
exactly. That's why I was not sure.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know if it helps, but I would have pointed out the footsteps on the floor. Like the footsteps that are in the dust that was coming towards us.
Could I just do a general occult knowledge check? See if I can figure something out?
You can roll it, but the only information you've got is house makes strange noises and you've seen some footsteps.
This place is in the grip of Iyama.
And my sense the unseen doesn't see anything?
You would see the same aura.
Okay.
You're gonna have to tell me a little bit more, Kanun, about the Yama then. If that's what we're dealing with.
Do you not feel it? This place is cursed.
That doesn't give me much to work with. Cursed or not, I need to know specifics.
Yeah. You know we are deficient in this matter.
Ooh, we can't do anything if we don't know the details.
Can I roll an occult to see if there's anything more specific I can tell them about this place other than, like, it's got some bad vibe Yamakutis going on?
I mean, you can roll, but again, you've got the same information as everyone else. House makes strange noises, and you've seen some footsteps.
I mean, it's also been said that it has the same aura as a cherry tree outside, which Kanun did get a more, detailed glance at.
Yes.
Would that put any puzzle pieces together in my brain? Would I know anything through my history as a Gaki agent that might be relevant here?
No.
Okay, had to try.
Slip is going to... Is there a clear path the footsteps are going in? Like, is there like a path, like a trail?
They started in the middle of the floor. They were heading directly towards you, and they stopped before they got to you.
Okay. Flip's just gonna start exploring the house because we don't have any information, so he's just gonna go first.
Three doors.
Marcelina will follow.
There's a door on the back wall,
Okay.
a door on the right, and a door on the left. Which door would you like to go
What?
through?
He's gonna go through the left door because maybe the footsteps are going towards one of these doors.
Are we
Marcelina will
Scooby
follow.
doing this?
You feel free to stay with us, or you could explore yourself. Although I imagine it's probably better if we all stay together.
Agreed.
Also, Marcelina, don't hit any TVs with bats.
No promises. Yeah, we're gonna go in the same door as Slip's going in.
The coterie proceed into the door on the left, into a large room. What appears to be the remains of a bed frame in the middle of the floor are rotting away. An open doorway on the far right back wall seems to lead into a small bathroom. The once white tiled walls are coated in mould and damp stains. The rest of the room the coterie are within is filled with debris. Along the floor, chunks of dry wool, torn pieces of carpet, and hanging from the ceiling are two large rusted hooks. The coterie's vision is filled with a crimson red, preventing them from seeing anything. The red haze slowly clears, and the coterie can see a woman, tears streaming down her face as the suited man, this is what happens when you go in an order I didn't expect, is hung by his wrists from the hooks in the ceiling. Blood pouring down the side of his face from a head wound, his face distorted, unseeable. A woman holds his gun in her hand and seems to be shouting at him constantly. His faceless head tilts left and right as the woman swaps between shouting at him and hitting him with the gun until finally she places the gun barrel at the distorted man's face and pulls the trigger. The man's head turns into a red haze as blood covers the room, filling the coterie's vision until it clears, and they find themselves back in the wreckage of a former bedroom.
Fuck that.
Great. Did anybody else see that?
Yes.
Give Slip a look.
Well, I don't know. Is there running water in the sink? Like, if he turns the faucet on, does it flow?
You want to go into the shower room?
Yes. Yeah, he's gonna advance on the bathroom. He's just trying shit. He's like, I don't fucking know, let's do this.
The broken tiled room is filled with damp stains, mould, and in the sunken bath, a large brown red stain fills most of the tub. The coterie's, Slip's vision becomes overwhelmed, and the room is almost pristine. The same woman you saw earlier is leaning over the bath, and a suited headless man's body slumped inside of the tub, as the woman saws away at his limbs. Through tears until the kindred's vision returns to him.
Only Slip saw that?
If anyone that went into the shower room would have seen that with him.
Okay. Well, someone was upset. Marcelina is gonna leave the bathroom, and he said there's still like a bed in the main room, right?
There's the remains of a bed frame.
Ah, okay. As she's stepping, she'll start kind of like tapping with her foot. Is there any of these floorboards that give off like a hollow sound?
With
In her mind, she's thinking maybe there's like a hidden weapon or
with a +1 for sight.
some cool. Thank you. Something like that.
That's good enough for me, fuck it. Marcelina, you begin to tap various floorboards. You'd find one that isn't exactly hollow, but seems heavier, loose. You trace along its length and find underneath the bed frame the gun that you saw in the vision. It is unloaded. It has been neglected. It is could probably be restored, but you look at it and you think, mine are better anyway.
Does it give me any clue, like the gun it's made, maybe what year the gun was made, things like that, to sort of connect me of like when these events possibly could have occurred in relation to the time we're in now?
No, but I'll let you do wits and awareness with another +1 for different information if you like.
Alright, I'll take it.
It's a very generic, I say generic, it's a pistol that is still in use to this day. It could have been any time in the last 30, 40 years kind of thing. Jesus H. Christ.
Yeah, I don't know. The dice decided to give me this one, so I don't know.
But you recognise
Those are
that
guns, but not our ghosts.
this pistol is small but powerful. You know for a fact that it is commonly used by the Yakuza, simply because it can be concealed easily, carried around without effort, and does the job exceedingly well.
Well, I'd say our suited man was Yakuza. And maybe he gave to the missus. This is something they'd use. And she sort of relates that information about it being easy to conceal and all that.
Yeah, I'm getting family vibes, or Yakuza vibes off of this whole place.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, if the Yakuza are anything like my family, lots of secrets, lots of dark history. Prepare your stomachs. Might see some weird shit in this house.
Yeah, I came into the bathroom originally. I was like, sure, you know what? Let me see if the sink works. And then I saw a lady cutting up a dude in the tub.
Same dude that we saw her blow his head away?
He had the same weird, foggy head. So
He had
probably-
no head.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
well.
yeah, yep, no dome.
That sounds awfully horrific. So it sounds as though in a crime of passion she shotgunned him and then began to dispose of the body?
Yep. You must have done something real terrible to make her that upset. I'm sure
So-
there's more answers throughout the house.
Are you able to communicate with spirits?
Oh no, that's not a me thing. I kill things, you know. I got cousins who can do that though, so if
So
it
you-
really
you
gets
make
hairy, I
ghosts.
can make a phone call. Oh yes, exactly. I make ghosts.
Okay.
They talk with them. I have a
Cool.
cousin who could take a ghost and stick it in a fucking body and then raise the body up. Isn't that cool?
That's amazing, yeah. That Mirabelle.
Yes, the one and only. Mirabelle's real talented.
So talented.
Hmm.
Okay, Shiv, does the sink work, or is it kaput?
You try the sink, and the handle screeches under your hand. It's been some time since it's been turned on. A load of mud expels itself at first, and then slowly clean
Ew.
water begins to appear.
He's gonna crank the hot water, specifically.
You hear pipes crunching and creaking. Water flows, but it is not hot.
You know, it is real possible that our neighbor, the one who came to say hey, maybe she's possessed by one of the ghosts that used to be in here. I imagine there's probably quite a few of them.
Ooh, what are the odds that she's got the ghost that chops dudes up?
Well, she chopped him up after kicking his ass and stringing him up, so I think that maybe he did something real bad, and that's why she responded the way she did. She was too emotional for it to be, a job or anything like that.
I'm calling it. He cheated.
Probably. I don't know too many Yakuza who... That's really unfair to say just the Yakuza. I don't know too many gangsters that are known for their monogamy, so it's quite the possibility.
Yeah. Well,
I think we'll have to search the house more to get more answers.
yeah. First door was a doozy.
I think.
So, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Just to storyteller, I know a lot about gangs and underground stuff, and so is there a role that I could do to surmise maybe the type of business that the Yakuza was involved in this area specifically?
I don't think you even need to roll for that.
Like okay.
This far in
Cool.
the countryside, there's not much that they can really do, apart from racketeering for protection money.
Okay. Oh, I share that with the group. I say, well, the Yakuza, they're going to want to conduct their businesses more in cities, more in places where there's a lot more going on. Out here, maybe protection money they can get from the folks, but this is definitely very personal, whatever was going on in here.
Nod, nod.
I'm not very familiar with the Yakuza. Do they have female members?
Do they? I don't think they do, but storyteller, do they have female
No. Women aren't
members?
allowed to be.
Yeah, I
members of
figured
the
not.
Yakuza. They're
That's
not
what I
very
thought.
aggressive.
Yeah, no. No, there's no female Yakuza.
Huh. Well,
Man's business, man's world type of thing.
yeah, sure. This is the thinker. I think maybe we should check another room. Where did you find the gun?
Oh, under this floorboard. And she kind of, taps the floorboard that she found it under.
Slip will get on his hands and knees near the hole and start sniffing around and peeking around the hole, trying to see if he can smell dingy air coming from a passageway or anything, or if it's just a cubby hole.
Just a little cubby hole.
So Marcelina's gonna leave the room. She's gonna go back outside, and now the footprints. Are they adult footprints, or are they not adult footprints?
They're adult footprints.
Okay. Okay. Does it look like a man's shoe?
Intelligence and investigation, or wits and awareness, with a +1 if you do wits and awareness. It is a woman's shoe, most definitely. Small and dainty.
Right. So as I'm sort of crouched down, I'm assuming the door's still open of that room so they can hear me. And I'll let them know. Oh, this is definitely wifey. Her feet. Or mistress. We don't know. Maybe wifey was somewhere else and this is the other lady.
Elias would. Oh, go ahead.
Sada's gonna lean out the door and call out to Marcelina. Look out for anywhere that you can hang something from.
I look about. Do I see any rafters or coat hangers or things that something could be hung from?
Something heavy.
Okay, so I'm looking on the ceiling. Do I see any, like, old chandelier fixings or anything like that?
Nope.
No. Okay. Well,
Oh,
I don't see anything out here.
Elias would leave the room and he'd go open the. Well, he'd knock, and then if he doesn't hear anything, he'd open the door across the hall and head into another room.
Back wall or right?
We'll go right side.
Marcelino follow.
Yeah, Kenan's kind of drifting along behind, keeping an eye on
Yeah.
things.
Trying to keep
Same.
them together.
Yeah, we're gonna try to cluster up.
The living room's tatami floor covering has mostly rotted away, exposing bare concrete underneath, with black mold and insects exposed to the elements. The unseasonable cold chill extends into the lounge. The coterie set foot inside, together, and suddenly the room changes. Its mold-torn tatami floor and shuttered windows fade away, leaving them in the room that has become fixed up, lived in. A man and a woman are in a nervous embrace, as another, larger, younger man seems to be shouting at them. His face is distorted, unable to be seen. Despite how obviously the man is shouting at the pair, there is no sound emitting from him, but they are clearly in a heated argument. The man with a distorted face pulls a gun out from his jacket and grabs a woman, wrapping his arm around her neck, and holds the gun to her head, only taking it away to gesture at the man. He puts both of his hands in the air, nodding, and walks over to one of the side walls. The vision fades away, leaving the coterie in the dilapidated room once more.
Can I go over to that side wall and look at it?
You can! Wits and awareness, please!
As Elias is doing that, I'm thinking on what we just saw. Were both the men in suits that are reminiscent of the Yakuza, or just one?
Just the one man with the gun,
One with the gun?
whose face is unable to be seen.
Okay.
I may have been too hasty.
Indeed.
There seems
Elias.
to have been a... Oh, go ahead.
You walk over to the wall and begin tapping at the section that you found. It is hollow, and due to the decay, the panel displays visible lines showing where the wall has been cut out.
I want to look further.
You remove the panel easily and expose a small nook inside containing a metal tin with faded paintwork upon it. Inside is a single old 1,000-yen note and a silver engagement band.
Oh, does the engagement band look special with unseen? Sense the unseen? No.
Actually, do sense the unseen for me, please. I think you would actually see this.
Okay. Oh, dang.
And with the critical, Marcelina's also going to see this. The band emits a white aura and a tinge of blue inside of it. You will recognize this is something that is extremely important, or was extremely important to someone. The blue denotes a kind of melancholy wrapped around it as well.
I would show the objects to the coterie. I believe these objects are of significant importance to the spirit who lives here. Perhaps it belongs to the wife, or it was going to be, if they were to be wed, perhaps he hadn't had a chance to give it to her yet. I'm not sure, but it's stored in this room, and it definitely has significant spiritual.
Is the wedding band, is it like a male's wedding band, or is it like a...
It is woman's.
You know how usually the woman's ring is... Okay, it's a woman's. Oh, this is definitely for her. You said there was a note that was in there as well?
1,000 yen,
Marcelina
an old
would wanna
1,000
read
yen
it.
note.
Oh, money note. Okay. Interesting.
Well, the plot thickens. Clearly a interesting scenario was going on here. Perhaps the husband was being blackmailed? Or robbery of some kind was occurring.
It seems to me that the couple will feel fearful from some armed man. Perhaps he is the gangster.
He is. It's the same suit. It seems that she eventually got a hold of him and dealt with him. But perhaps not before something happened to her husband.
Well,
Maybe he owed money?
I was going to say, it seems like maybe gangster kills husband, wife kills gangster.
Interesting. In the sort of vision that we just saw, right? Was the outfit that the woman was wearing the same as what she was wearing in the previous room?
No.
No. Okay. This seems like frivolous detail, but was she younger or older than what we saw in the previous
Similar
room?
age.
Okay, I'm just trying to like denote a timeline.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, blackmail certainly on the table. Some form of robbery and scam was occurring, because you don't just put a gun to someone's head for no reason normally. Is there anything else of import in the room that we see? Like any other kind of nooks or panels that can be pulled away?
No.
Okay. Well, I think we should head to the next room.
Indeed.
Off we go then, to the next room.
The doorway on the back wall leads straight into a ravaged room. A large, flat piece of wood rests in the middle of the floor, surrounded by large splinters of wood and drywall. The wooden laminate floor is covered in green mould, moss, and has become warped from the humidity. The coteries' vision is overwhelmed by a blinding bright white light. Their vision returns, and the room is pristine. The plank has become a simple, large, thick wooden table. Thick steam clouds cling to the white ceiling and the sound of water bubbling as it boils. A waist-high wall separates the dining area from the kitchen. Inside the kitchen is the same man from before, and then another suited man. His face distorted beyond recognition as always. He stands to the man's side, a gun in his hand, as the woman is on the other side of the wall. Her head hung low as before. A heated argument is raging between them, only this time between the two men. The younger man raises the gun and aims it at the other man's head, his arms steady as he focuses on the target, when out of nowhere the woman grabs a well-used, heavy, old black iron wok straight off the cooking hob and throws it at the distorted man's head, who instinctively fires off his gun, destroying the older man's face with a powerful bullet. The coteries' eyes are filled with darkness for a moment, and they are returned to the wrecked kitchen.
You're muted, Marcelina.
Sorry about that. You said older man. Are we talking, like, how old are we talking? Because could this be not her husband, but rather her father?
Oh, the older man and the woman are most definitely... They're the same people you've seen in the other visions that have been tormented. He's just older than the man who was pointing the gun with the distorted face. You can easily tell that.
Just double checking. Okay. Well, in that case. Cool. Marcelina's gonna do a kind of a scan about the room, see if they can't find anything in here. To give a little more, I guess. Said, well, clearly, the gangster was. This wasn't his first visit, doing whatever he was doing. Seems she had enough.
Wits and awareness with a +1 for sight. Perfect. Among the debris and rotten wood and pieces of splinters, you find the large iron wok, a dent in its once perfect form, and dried old blood still stained on the outside among the oxidized metal crust.
I raise up the wok and show it off. Right. So, we got the gun, got the wok, got the wedding band. Is there any other, like, floors or rooms in this house? That,
I found every
no?
room and everything to discover.
Okay. So, order of events. Man comes in, demands whatever it is he's been demanding. They try to deny him, I suppose. He threatens the life of the husband. Wife can't take anymore, hits him over the head with the wok. Gun hits husband anyway. Takes the gangster into the bedroom, which is very interesting, and then ties him up, beats him, and then shoots him in the face, cuts his body up in the tub. What do you think she did with the pieces?
Bury him out back?
There is a shed out there. Why don't we go check the shed out?
Sure.
Marcelina's like already walking towards the door to go check the shed out.
Everyone
Right
walking into
behind
the
us.
hallway?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not when you say it like that.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, we are. Be definitive.
Yes.
Definitively,
We are.
yes.
Yeah.
No
Coach,
backing
you-
out.
Proceed back through the house, the cold chill lingering in the air, the main door to the house still sealed shut as they stand, considering their next move. The room becomes icy cold. A light mist forms and clings to the floor, and slowly apparating before them, the figure's solid black hair slowly appears, dancing like snakes entranced by a flute. A woman with also solid black hair that hides her own face, and torn clothes that covers her body, but slowly fades away from her elbows down, appears, and cackles. Her hair begins to flail wildly, as the thick hair attempts to grapple each one of you. Strength brawl, everyone.
Is this the same entity that I've dealt with before, Shiv?
No.
Okay. You said strength, bro?
Yes, please.
Okay.
But I think it's fair that everyone here will know. It's a fucking Yuri.
Oh,
Yeah. Hey. Cool.
and that strength brawl was all of us, right?
Yes. She's gonna try to grapple us.
I'm gonna activate prowess.
I forgot to add the thing, the merit slippery, that makes it harder to grapple me.
Oh, I think I have that too now. Hold on a
You
second.
do.
I do have that now. What is that? What does that allow me to do again? Allows me to add something, don't it?
Plus
Add
2
two
on
to
dodge
modifier.
and grapple to defend.
Oh. Okay, cool. Now, with slippery, I also have celerity. Will celerity allow me to dodge? Because I have rapid reflexes. Does it allow me to dodge
Nope.
a little better? No? Okay, that's fine.
Nope.
Let me reroll this.
Well,
then
rapid reflexes
with the-
definitely does not.
Okay, I have slippery, so I'm gonna add the. You said it's +2, right?
Yes. It is
Yeah,
now.
I'm gonna click the buttons again to make it so I have all of my things.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Because I remembered them the instant after I clicked it.
I think I'm gonna re-roll those 3 right there. Because I do not want to get caught up in this lady's situation. Okay. 3 in total.
Okay. Kenon, I know I'm wasting my breath asking you this. Do you want to stick with it or re-roll?
Wisdom says to re-roll, but I'm not feeling very wise.
That's what I figured. Slip, same question.
Thinking about it. I'm going to re-roll the black 10 and 2 of the 5s. Wait. Yes. Yeah, or the 2 4s, whichever. Fuck. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Elias, same question.
I failed.
Yeah, but would you like to re-roll any of those?
Nah.
Very well.
I'm low on willpower.
Elias. The hair wraps itself around you and restrains you, slowly enveloping you and covering your mouth, making even breathing, making any talking harder. It's been a night, I'm sorry. Marcelina, you're fine. Kenon, not only are you also enveloped by the hair and restrained, but the demon inside of you begins to rear up. You perform all actions not immediately resulting in someone or something getting harmed at a 2 dice penalty to all of your pools. This compulsion ends when you have incapacitated, destroyed, or driven away a target. You are suffering from the harm compulsion. Slip! Slip! You've been given a gun from Marcelina. This is quite a boon to you. It makes you feel more of a god than ever before, being able to control life and death. You cannot use teamwork and perform any action that avoids establishing dominance or challenging authority at a 2 dice penalty to your pools. You are suffering from the dominance compulsion. This will end when you have won and gloated over it.
Okay.
What would you like to do next?
So I'm not grappled, correct?
Correct, you are not grappled.
Then she is manifested.
Potentially.
Am I grappled? I got a 3 in total.
You're
Am I
fine.
grappled? Oh, great.
Oh.
Excellent.
Anyone who
That's
got
full
2 or below.
Yourself at this thing.
Okay. Well, I guess simultaneously to Slip, like, about to tackle this lady, I'm gonna pull out the ring.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna like try to get a little bit closer to her and hold it out to her. Almost like a offering.
She turns her head briefly and notices it. Just as Slip comes charging forward. Slip. Dexterity and brawl, please.
Or
Oh dear.
Slip. You leap forward at the apparition before you and jump straight through it, landing, gracefully at least, on your feet, but pissed the fuck off. Next.
Yeah, I'm just holding out this ring to her as an offering. Kind of drawing near.
Are you sure that's what you want to do?
The hope is, not when you say it like that.
I know what the
I
hope
have my
is.
other hand on my gun. You know, I have my hand on my gun. Should she start moving or doing weird shit, I can shoot her. But I'm trying to grant this lady some peace here. Or at the very least get some information.
Basically showing the ring off in her face.
Oh,
Right?
yeah, I mean, I haven't put it on or anything. It's literally in the palm of my
Yeah,
hand, you know, just offering it to her.
Her hair will flail even more wildly, exposing a rotten face, pieces of skull easily seen beneath, and she snarls at you angrily as she reaches out to try and swipe at you. How would you like to
Cool.
respond to being swiped at by a ghost?
Is she solid right now, or is she still, like, wispy?
And she's wispy from elbows down,
Okay.
but as
Okay.
the arm raises, it becomes more solid. You can dodge or you can try to
Well.
attack.
Yeah, I think, I do have that slippery thing now. That'll help me out. You know, I think I'll try to dodge, because in case she goes incorporeal again, I don't want to shoot slip. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to dodge.
That's a wise move. Dex and athletics, please.
And then I add the 2 for slippery, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Sticking with it.
Yeah.
You attempt to dodge out of the way. Unfortunately, the ghost is far too fast for you, and is able to swipe at you with strangely gnarled, clawed hands. You take 3 superficial damage, halved to 2.
Okay.
We'll round it up.
Okay, bitch. I see what's good. Alright.
Kenon!
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
I would like to please attempt to ungrapple myself.
Strength, bro! You are able to throw pieces of the hair off and finally overpower it. You drop to the
Ripping
ground
hair.
slightly. Sweets in hand still. I'll let you do something else if you like.
You can. If you were to look at Kenun's face, you can see him almost physically restraining himself from bringing out the entire face thing, like forcing his teeth to stay in. Trying to. No, I don't think I can't throw myself bodily at a ghost, can I? Is that an option here?
So it's an option.
Yeah, Kenun has one setting. It's not a good choice, but it is the choice.
Mm-hmm.
Dex and athletics.
He just wants to rip and tear.
Well, it is done.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long week.
Yes, it has.
I fully expect to pass straight through this thing, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna try.
You still have the box of
Fine.
sweets, right?
Kenon, you launch yourself like a missile and dive straight at the Yore, passing right the way through it. However, as you pass through it, the Yore grabs the sweets from your hand, and the hair begins to calm down. She looks upon the gift and smiles as a single tear drops down her cheek, and she fades away with the sweets in hand, and a whispered arigato dances in the air as the door unlocks and the chill lifts. However, you are still suffering from the harm compulsion. Slip, you are still suffering from the dominance compulsion. This will be fun.
There's the expression on Kenun's face right now is very much like trying to bring back his stoic, his usual poker. It's like, yes, the threat is gone, the fight is over, we're fine. But bubbling there beneath the surface is like, no, I wanted to tear her head off.
As the hair discorporates or clears from Elias's mouth, he'll get up and be like, see everyone, we can resolve situations peacefully. That it was so kind of you to bring a gift
As
to the
he's
spirit.
talking, as Elias is talking, Marcelina puts her hand over his mouth because she's looking at Kanun, and is like, he's still in whatever's going on there, and Elias will be, just because he's talking, will end up being who Kanun goes for. So she just slaps a hand over his mouth.
Do you point to Kinun?
I think the minute that I cover your mouth, I say, Kanun looks very upset. I'd stop talking if I were you.
Elias would nod and be like, he needs a hug. And
No, Elias.
I will grab Elias. I will literally grapple his ass to the ground.
Yeah, Kenun just
He
there,
goes anywhere
cracking
near
his
Kenun.
knuckles. Even after the
Okay.
knuckles are cracked, he's continuing to make the motion as though it brings some comfort. But he keeps his voice relatively, restrained, as, do not thank me, thank Haruto.
I don't
So,
know what that means.
Shiv, the group would like to prevent the hug, but what if I'm right there? I'm right there. He landed right in front of me. I'm going to hug him from behind.
Oh,
my
please
God.
don't.
Oh my god.
Just to spite everyone else, I'm compulsed. What do you want me to do? Not go with the group? Because that's what I want to do.
Marcelina has the thought of, I should have just let Elias do that. Well, there goes. There goes the coterie.
I have to go against the status quo, okay?
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah. I like that. It's an extremely inventive use of it. Yeah.
Shit.
Okay, so describe to me real quick how this goes.
Flip
Elias.
steps directly up.
Go for it.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go for it.
I was going to say, making eye contact with Elias, who was not allowed to hug him. A man who couldn't physically bring himself to hug a being this powerful. Flip, with his prowess activated, steps directly up behind Kanun and embraces him both gently yet firmly. It's all right. I went right through as well.
Bullshit. This is some actual bullshit.
Is the angle such? Somebody coming in behind you for a hug, it puts their gut at just the right level of your elbow. So the instinct there is to just whirl back and full on straight in the general ribs-ish,
Solar plexus.
stomach-ish, solar plexus region. Slip is getting an elbow right in the bees.
And Marcelina, as she sees your elbow going back, is like, he's full of fucking bees. He's full of fucking killer hornets. You know what? Y'all want to die? Y'all got it. And she exits the vicinity.
Strength brawl.
She's gonna actually... Marcelina's intention is to head towards the shed outside.
Strength brawl,
Wait for, like,
Kenon.
5 seconds.
Slip. You can still dodge if you so wish.
I shouldn't ask this, but does the specialty in karate to breaking a hold?
Yes.
Okay.
Lord.
Oh gosh.
This is gonna be
I was gonna-
bad.
That was the
that
most
was-
sarcastic way you could have said that, Kenon. It was like, oh, no, another compulsion. What a shame.
I've got a winning gloat. Can I try to overpower the elbow and force the hug?
Yeah, strength brawl.
This is...
You're not
This is
getting
the
out of this
weirdest
hug.
scenario.
Oh no.
It's just aggressive hugging.
And he's not kindred, so that specialty would
Show
not
me,
count.
show me prowess as well, please.
Oh, sure. Let me slide over here.
Because I know that the potence chart gets a little bit odd here and there.
If I succeed, I get 2 more successes, technically, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that is the one then, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I'm not
and
in the
is he
room,
kindred
but-
adjacent enough to count for my specialty, or is Gaki just so alien? Okay. I
Gaki
just
is
got to
very
make
different.
sure. Well, it's 7 successes on this hug. Just let it happen. Just let it happen.
Kenon!
He's gonna step on the big beans.
Would you like to stick with it or reroll?
I'm gonna reroll.
Okay.
Kenun's angry enough.
You can go crit fishing.
As a player, no, it doesn't need to happen, but as a character, it's gotta.
That unhinged energy
How many
that
times?
keeps creeping out of Kenun because he's hanging out with Kindred for too long.
He's had a real rough week.
It's been tough.
How many dice can I reroll? Remind
3.
me? Okie doke.
Well,
Not enough. And Slip is able to redirect the incoming fist from Kenun, wrap it around himself and Elias, and force Kenun into an embrace. Kenun!
into a double hug. Oh no.
The
Double
humiliation from being overpowered and then drawn into a ad hoc cuddle puddle on the spot. Just too much for you to bear, and you take 2 superficial willpower damage.
I'm so fucking sorry.
I hate to say it, but I don't think there is any choice but to rouse to bring out my teeth.
Very well.
I have a legitimate question.
Yes.
Can I throw these 2 across the room from each other?
Yes.
Alright, what do I gotta roll to do that? To get in between these 2 to stop this?
Strength brawl versus which 2 are you gonna try and yeet?
I'm just, you know what, not even just trying to get in between Kenun and Slip and just force them aside. I'm getting in between my boyfriends and pushing them away.
Your boyfriends, the plural though.
Kenon then. Strength brawl with a +1 assist from Slip. And Sato, strength brawl to avoid forming a man train.
That's so funny.
That's the best I probably could have done. Fuck! This is some bullshit! Oh god, I made this worse!
You could go crit fish and Sato with the reroll, but you've only got 1 die that you can reroll.
I mean, what's the worst that's gonna happen if I try to re-roll it, right? The worst is gonna happen.
Would it? I'm not sure it would be worth it though, because you would still only have 6 successes from doing that.
Oh, you're right. Shit, you're right.
So yeah, it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. Alright, I guess okay, well, I pushed myself in and now I'm stuck. This was a mistake.
Pretty much, yeah. That's exactly what
It's
happened.
okay,
Sato.
I'll
You
fight
attempt
someone back. Someone's getting nommed on.
You attempt to pry the pair apart. Unfortunately, you find yourself absorbed into this aggressive cuddling, noticing Kenon's jaws beginning to open wide and turn into a maw.
Oh no. Y'all should have left the room.
Hey Shiv, is my compulsion over? Did that count? Can I stop now?
You haven't gloated over
You have
it
to
yet.
gloat.
I said just let it happen. Is that not gloating?
Gloating.
Not really gloating.
See,
Quick
Elias,
Slip, say something.
this is how you hug another man.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking good, and I'm going to let you have a willpower point for that as well.
Oh shit!
Face is no- Kenun's face is no longer recognizably human enough to register the look upon it as a snarl, but gosh darn, whatever you might call his lips are pulling back away from the teeth.
Cannon, stop!
That's
Cannon,
hot.
stop! Cannon, stop!
Oh shit! I'm gonna let go and roll out of the way. Just leave Elias and Sato there.
Yep.
I am going to hold on to Kenun like my life depended on it, because I think it does.
Oh.
I'm gonna be below his mouth, though, because I'm shorter than him. I'm gonna hold his chest and just push and go, stop! Stop it right now!
There's gonna be that moment of sort of half staggering as though to chase after Slip, but Sato's still, like, lampreyed onto him. And, rather than full-on attempt to, chase after Slip, I think Kenun's going to try to whirl around and vent his ire on the nearest wall. It's not a good idea, but it's...
It's an idea.
Yeah.
I'll let you do that for free, because otherwise it's going to get really hurtful.
If he's got a hand free enough, he's gonna punch the wall. If not, that wall is getting kicked. Either way, hang on tight,
Hole
Sato.
in the wall.
You're being jerked around.
I'm about to get whirled around this room.
Amazing.
I just wanted to
Sato
go
is-
dancing, but not like this.
Sato is thrown into the wall, impacting with it, but fortunately is not harmed in the process. Leaving the face that was once Kenun turning into a giant maw in front of Elias, I believe, is left standing. Elias carefully considers his next move as he just hears a voice in his head saying, "If you love me, you'd swallow that."
And I'm just standing there, face rippling, shoulders up, clearly like restraining himself from just pouncing. He wants to tear, he wants to rend, he wants to see somebody bleed.
And Elias
he's-
regrets
nope,
eating
nope.
peanut butter sandwiches.
Marcelina is doing a light skip to the shed currently. She doesn't know what's happening inside. She's
Oh,
You know,
don't worry,
whistling.
Marcelina, I have not forgotten about you.
Elias will go to Kenun and say, he like, Kenun, what's wrong? You look agitated, and he would go in to he'd step closer to Kenun and be like, how can I help you? Do you need any healing? And he'll reach out his hand.
A sound similar to a growl emits from the horrible monster maw, and the face reconstructs itself just enough to let out the human words, "Elias, if you want to live, you will back away from me now."
Yes, I need a hug.
What's that, Slip? You need a hug?
Come to me.
Elias will hurry over to Slip
Come
and
to
give
me,
him a
baby
hug.
bear. Yes.
I
Yes.
was gonna go get her over there.
Come here.
Can
He's
I
still
go
just
skid her over
bristling.
to those two?
Almost like using his hands almost as though to help the motion, is just squishing his head back together. His maw is still very much out, but it's currently, his mouth is closed. Only the human one is open. Yes, no, I am perfectly contained.
We're good. We're cool. We're all cool. See.
Meanwhile, Marcelina.
Marcelina has her gun out. Not like waving it around. She's not fucking crazy. Well, she's crazy, but not that crazy. And it's just, at the ready. And she's doing a very soft whistle as she walks over to that shed.
Going inside?
Oblivion Sight is up, so if I see any weird aura shit going on.
You're still encompassed in the large aura at the moment. It hasn't lifted.
Oh, okay, so this whole, like, the house, the shed, this kind of like part of the land is all with that aura?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting.
Marcelina
Alright,
enters
yeah.
into the metal shack. This is the sound warning, by the way. Marcelina enters into the metal shack. The smell of dust and humid air fills the area. Against the far wall in the open room is a large area for tools. Each placement has the outline for the tool drawn around it. On the wall is a large gap in the shape, and her thoughts are interrupted by... a headless skeletal figure, with torn, worn-out clothing bearing dirt stains and dark, rotten flesh that clings to sunken parts of the body exposed by the patchy holes in the torn clothing. The ghoulish figure charges towards Marcelina, swinging a buzzing chainsaw over its headless shoulders, yet somehow a terrifying, ear-piercing scream emits from its form as it charges forward. Terror frenzy for me, please, Marcelina. Difficulty 4.
Oh. Okay. Difficulty 4, you said?
Yes, please.
Oh.
Oh.
Marcelina feels the beast inside of her head clawing at their insides. It roars at you, trying to run away. Get away from the shed and the chainsaw-wielding monster before you. You can spend a willpower point to control how you're going to run away, or you can keep your willpower, and I will control how you run away.
You know what? We'll spend the willpower. Now this is within the shed, right? And how big is the shed itself?
It's fairly large for a shed. It's about 15 foot by 10 foot.
Okay, and I'm still by the door, right?
Yes.
Okay. Which way is this thing coming at me? Like my left or straight on? Where is it?
Right on.
Straight on. Okay, yeah, so Marcelina is going to backpedal out and just sort of sidestep it so she's not in direct, line of vision of this thing.
Yep.
I think if anything, she'll probably like close the door with her as she backs out.
And you'll just hear a slam on the door and know that the figure has hit the door. But the chainsaw and the scream no longer echo into the night.
Huh.
You are still under terror frenzy, however, until you spend an hour in a safe spot.
Okay. With my Oblivion sight still up, right, and I can see this sort of aura that's around this house and whatnot, I can see where that aura ends as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna step, like, outside of that aura and sort of just, like, pace back and forth, because I consider myself safe if I'm not within range of this house.
That makes sense to me.
But I'm not necessarily gone, yeah. So that's where I'll be pacing back and forth.
Meanwhile, back in the house, what's going on with Elias, Slip, Sato, and Kenun?
I suppose Elias and Slip are still hugging it out for the time being.
Oh, Sato crawled into that out of legitimate fear.
Kenun just there, straightening his clothes, smoothing back his hair, making a show of composing himself as though it helps soothe the boiling ire inside of him. It does not, but nonetheless, he at least tried to make it appear as though he's gotten a handle on it.
Elias would say into the cuddle puddle, how's everyone doing? Is everyone fine? No one sustained any injuries or anything of the sort? just kind of like glancing over at Kenoon, but like not talking to Kenoon.
I don't think so. You guys are you guys cool? Sato, Kenoon?
I mean, I'm fine. The wall
Okay.
didn't hurt that much.
Hopefully, we continue to stay fine and uninjured. Isn't that right, Kenoon?
Indeed.
Let's
great.
get out of this fucking house. That's a good idea.
Yeah, let's go get some fresh air. That will help some of us.
Yes. Let's go outside. If anything needs a thrashing, I think it's that tree.
Perhaps.
All right, let's go this way.
Okay.
You head out of the house and already catch sight of Marcelina on the path, pacing back and forth, obviously troubled by something, unable to quiet the beast inside of her. But you're able to approach her without incident.
Marcelina wouldn't look up at anyone. She would just be pacing back and forth, sort of like deep in thought. Obviously, like, concern is on her face, but otherwise she doesn't say anything.
Ooh, Marlena. Hey, what's up?
I just went to the shed and there's a chainsaw, loud screaming.
Oh,
Ghost, I think. Skeletal. This whole house, this whole area is fucked. Yeah, I don't know. Weird shit's going on. And I don't actually know how to deal with it. I think I gotta call my cousin, find out how she would deal with this type of thing. Yeah, I don't want to go back. I don't care enough to go back. Is that cool? Cool. She continues pacing back and forth.
yeah, no one's gonna make you do anything you don't want to do. So sure. Do we count this as a win? Did we win?
No, it's still haunted. The lady, I mean, she's only going to be gone for as long as that candy's still around, and then once that's gone, she's coming back. So, you know, I don't know, that kind of trauma, you need a little more than candies to get rid of it. You know,
Okay.
Cursed. The veil of Yomi hangs heavy over this place.
Sure,
That
yeah.
tree.
Probably the tree is probably powering it and letting it remain so.
Yeah.
And I feel
Whatever's
like we
in
need to make a
there.
homeschool.
What was that?
I feel like we need to make a homeschool for all this shit.
Yes, rather.
Well,
And that is why we meditate in the morning, dear Sato Rin.
Okay.
Yeah. I hate Yomi the most.
Right. Y'all wanna let's just go. We could talk about this stuff like in our own house. We don't have to stay out here, at all. That I think it was headless. Chainsaws. There was tools in there. I wouldn't be surprised if that was like a torture space. I don't know. I get like dismemberment vibes that maybe came out of there. I don't know. Yeah. Can we go?
Marcelina, are you okay? Is there something I can help you with?
Oh, I'm fine. You know, nothing a good like sit down in a safe place won't help. I think I'm just a little I don't know, just like shook what's the word that people use? I'm like uncomfortable is really
Scared?
what it is. No. That would require me to care more. I'm just uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? It's there's a lot of crazy shit going on in there, and I don't have any of the tools to. Because normally I'd just shoot it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that's gonna help. So
Do you want me to
yeah.
push the shed over?
no, don't do that. Leave that alone until we
Oh,
have.
sure.
because just because you take a building out doesn't make the ghosts go away. They kind of like sink into the land, and so it'll
Oh.
still be there. Right.
Okay. Sure.
Mhm.
Let's call your cousin. Let's go home. Elias, get
I like
tea
that.
on. We can think
That's
about
good. I
stuff.
can't drink that.
Check on the
okay.
juice crew. See if they're all still alive or haunted
Oh
now.
yeah, that's super important. Maybe they're well. Let's not worry about that. And like Marcelina's already walking towards the haven. She's like,
Slip will follow.
yeah.
We're going to have to give
Well,
Marcelina
okay.
terror frenzies more often. This is amazing. Sorry, Elias.
Well,
you were
it's like,
saying.
yeah. Anyway, yeah. Go ahead.
I suppose Elias will go with the group. We'll head on back to the haven. I imagine we'll all just kind of like all skipping back to the haven, like all holding hands.
Sure, holding hands.
Off to see the fucking wizard.
Kenun
If
is
you
very
try
much
to grab
hesitant.
if you try to grab Marcelina's hand, she will slap your hand. Just slap the shit out of your hand.
He goes with the group, but there is a gesture of lingering aggression towards the shed.
I don't know if you'll be able to do the thing, to it in particular.
That is
I
the
don't know
only
if-
reason I have not yet torn off that door.
Yeah. I think the more information we have will be better, because then, if you wanna, go all
I
eldritch
agree.
creature, you can. Yeah. Yeah, but are a lot of the houses around here like that? And like as Marcelina's saying that, she's looking at the sort of, the neighborhood itself. Does she see like similar effects on other houses, or is it really just like that one house that's very strongly affected?
Just that one house.
Okay.
And also the
Oh.
tree.
And the tree, right?
You're not near the tree yet.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So at least where we are here right now, it seems that's the only house that's really got a funky situation going on. Whoever left that gift there outside the house, right? I wonder who did that, because it was no help to leave it outside the house. The ghost's not going to come out. You know what I'm saying? It's going to stay in
Indeed.
the.
Haruto left
So-
it there for us to find, for us to bring in.
Oh.
As I said, thank
Oh.
Haruto.
Oh, so when you needed someone to have your back in front of the other Gaki, not a word, can't say nothing. He's gonna travel all the way out here to give you a box of candy to deal with a ghost. Okay. Yeah,
He
all right.
said
that's
what
fine.
he could say, Marcelina. No more, no less.
If that is what you think, then I will defer to you on that. And Marceline's gonna walk right into the house. It's like, as soon as we get in, she'll go right in.
As the Coterie head back to their haven, with sunrise nearly upon them, they pass by the blooming sakura. By now only a few petals remain upon it. Sense the unseen, please, and anyone, if they want to, can roll chi sight as well.
I choose not to roll these things.
Very well. Jesus,
Don't
fuck me.
risk it. Oh my lord.
Fuck me,
wow.
Jesus.
Oh.
As
Elias
you
sees
gaze
all
upon the tree,
things.
you see the red hand still clinging tightly to the main branch. The strange beings remain kneeled at the tree, but it seems like there is one less now. Across the road from your haven, you can hear the panic screams of a woman chasing after someone. This is something everyone can see. You stare at the scene, and you can see the visage of a man cradling a child. His clothes hang loosely on his thin frame. Chasing him is a woman running as fast as she can, chasing the man, quickly running further away from you until they are out of sight, and only the distant echoing cries of a distraught woman can be heard. Heading back to the haven?
What
So
the fuck?
I saw
I-
the tree. The tree is missing an entity, right? And then there's some strange-looking entity that looks like they've stolen a child.
Tree's missing an entity. Then everyone saw something running off with child and woman chasing after him.
Elias
I
would
honestly
say,
can't tell. Was that real
Elias-
or not?
Slip's gone. He's chasing.
Are you
Yeah.
I
sure?
think Kenun is.
Yeah.
Sunrise
Elias is going to chase
is
after him.
very close. And I would hate to TPK you all because of the sun.
Marcelina is going to have a struggle with convictions for a moment and is going to place herself in front of Slip, and she's going to say, we can't do shit for them right now. The sun is coming up any minute. We have to get back in the house.
He's going to stare down at her with eyes. He knows she gets it. Like, if there's been a reaction from her that's been remotely emotionally human, it's revolving kids. So when she says that, he's like, right. All right.
Can't help if you're a pile of ashes. Let's get inside. Come on.
Very, very wise. Let's go.
Elias is going to go back to the Haven as well, and in a resigned voice is going to say, yes, we'll have to look into it tomorrow night. We have to be inside before daybreak.
Soon as I get inside, Marceline is actually going to write down the description of the man and the woman that we saw. And then she's going to go to her ghouls, who I assume is like hanging out with the community.
They're trying not
and-
to, but yeah.
Right.
They're a bad influence.
And she's... Oh, that's right. And she's going to say, I'm going to need y'all to do something during the day. Okay? I want you to keep an eye out for these individuals. If you see anything, I want you to keep a safe distance, but I want you to follow. Let me know what you see. Write it down if you have to. You report back to me come nightfall. Do you understand?
Hi.
Good.
One stay.
and with that-
One stay in the house. One canvass the neighborhood.
Yes, that's right.
Hi.
Both of the ghouls have cell phones, so they can communicate with each other should things, get weird. Yeah, so once that's done, Marcelina actually gives them both a kiss on the forehead, and she's gonna go to her room and immediately start preparing some things before, the day sleep hits.
No problem. Anyone else got any things they would like to do before they day rest? Very well. Oh,
Flip's gonna ask about how the purification rituals went. The wards, the soybeans.
The salt.
I assume that you would talk with the ghouls when Marcelina is still in the room, because otherwise it's a bit of a risk. And their first instinct would be to, look towards Marcelina almost in unison of, can we?
Yeah,
tell this guy?
Marcelina would nod so they can answer him.
We've put salt around the doorstep, the windows. We threw soybeans out and banished the spirits. We can now but hope.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Do itashimashite.
Yep.
Yeah. When Marcelina goes into her room to prepare some things, she's also going to send a message to her cousin, to Mirabelle, and basically tell her the situation and how best to handle that. Given Marcelina doesn't have necessarily the same skills that Mirabelle does.
You'll get a reply back. Without a specialist in this field, there is nothing that can be done.
Fuck. Okay. She will send another text message about the out-of-season sakura tree that has a red hand. With a sort of like coded message of what's going on in this little village.
I'm trying to think of how they would... I can't think of a decent way to say it, but they will say in a coded manner that this red hand is probably the red hand of a child. It is a known entity in this country. It is rare and powerful.
Oh. So I'm so sorry because there was a loud noise in my house. It's a rare what?
It is rare and powerful.
Okay. Cool. With that information, I guess she'll stop what she's doing and she'll run back down the stairs to the crew. Be like, right, so I know what's going on with the tree. It's a child. Something with folklore of Japan. Very rare, very powerful, but it is the hand of a child.
And with that, can I roll to search my brain? I lived here long enough. I know folklore.
Yeah, as a folklore, I would like to folklore, please.
As a folklore.
Intelligence
Can
and
I make
occult,
a-
please.
Can I make a folklore roll?
I'll give a +1 to whoever wants it by just, yeah, I've been here a while too.
I can roll intelligence in occult unless someone else wants to.
I as a folklore, I would like to folklore. I'm going to folklore.
Can I help
Do you
them
want the
too?
one?
Elias, no.
Okay.
This one is
Yeah,
definitely
who's-
something that for natives.
How many dice are you about to roll?
Fair number. I don't know. I got 4 in occult, and I got 2 in int.
Nice.
Well, we're rolling the exact same amount of dice, so it doesn't really matter who has the one.
I'll help
I'll
Kenyon
take-
specifically.
I'll put it
Nope.
on. Oh, okay.
He's not helping Sato.
Oh dear.
All right, motherfucker. Listen, I'm ending this campaign by eating you.
Trouble in paradise, everyone.
I mean, the way it's going, I might eat him first. Not even because I want to, just because he wrong
Sato
hug,
don't need
wrong
no
time.
Nosferatu in his life anyway.
Amazing.
Sato,
Search my brain.
you know of Abuda Akago, a Japanese yokai that fits exactly this. It is an infant spirit, usually associated with stealing oil out of andon lamps.
Is this like... And am I also getting the information that this thing's like really rare to find and like powerful? 'Cause it doesn't really sound that powerful. I guess definitely any yokai can become powerful if given enough time. This thing's old, isn't it? This thing's been here a long
It
time.
predates the Edo period, and it is usually used to be found in the village of Shiga, which is quite far away.
So, I want to say, you all see Sato honestly, like, sit there and think for a minute, like, poke at his forehead, and then just go, oh, it's old. Oh, it's real old.
Oh, good. That's great. Now, just a thing since y'all know the local lore. Anything to do with this that particular entity that maybe child? There is no nice way to put this. Child sacrifice might empower it more.
Well, did my brain search get any of, like, what might get rid of it?
It's a
Just by
yokai.
folklorally speaking. It's a yokai, so...
There is no getting rid of that bastard. You can
No way to get
stop
rid of
it
him.
doing whatever it's doing, and maybe it'll move on somewhere, but you can't kill it. You can't get rid of it. It doesn't eat. It doesn't sleep. Oh wait, that's Terminator. It cannot be banished. It's because a yokai is it just exists. It's almost like an element. It doesn't have a spirit, it doesn't have a soul, it wasn't ever a living person. It's more akin to an Oni in many ways.
Okay. I'm gonna think of this, Marcelina. We can't kill it.
Mm-hmm.
We can stop it. Now, this isn't in the books. This isn't in my mind. Gonna take a shot in the dark. We get rid of ghosts. Figure under tree goes away. Gonna take a shot. Say the figures, maybe making the hand stronger.
Okay.
So, I figure if a lot of spirits make everyone else, all the spirits stronger, we just get rid of all of them, and then it's got nothing.
Cool. So I talked to my cousin, and my cousin told me that unless there's a specialist out here that can get rid of ghosts, we can't.
Well, clearly we already fucking did. A figure's gone. Gave the chocolates to the lady, and suddenly a figure left.
But it wasn't the only one. And I don't
Well, yeah,
know that
we gotta
every
go
single
find-
one of them wants a box of chocolates.
That's fair. So we go find the others, and we figure out what the fuck they want.
How many other figures do you guys see under the tree?
The person I was going to ask is currently not in his chair.
No, I would have been able to see them too. I think there was, correct me if I'm wrong, I see there was 4 of them, right?
Something like that, yeah. There's 4 left now.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so there's 4 currently.
Which coincidentally, you will know, 4 is generally used as yon. But another acceptable, though rarely used, way to say the number 4 is she. It is rarely used because it is considered bad luck, as it is also close to the word shinu, meaning death.
Okay. I divulged that information to the crew, which is interesting because around the tree itself, there's sort of like aura of death around it. I'm still real concerned about the child being taken to who knows where or who knows
Honestly,
what.
that could have been a fucking joke.
Oh, good.
Could have been a ghost. Could have been fucking anything.
That everybody
I'm still
saw?
not sure if it was real. At this point in this town, who the fuck knows what we're going to see? We all walked into a house and literally watched a fucking movie of a woman shooting a man in the head.
Well, I mean, you've seen that all the time hanging out with me, but anyhow. The child. We need a plan for the child. Because even if it's... I don't know. They seemed real to me. And frankly, that's going to be my concern when I wake tomorrow. And I don't know if this is a situation that's like, you know that book about the killer clown where it eats kids and it gets like real strong, eats a bunch of kids, and then it takes a nap for however many years. But like in eating the kids, it like blesses the land for the time that it's hibernating.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it's a situation like
Stephen
that.
Queen's that. Yeah.
Yeah, right. That one. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know if it's a situation like that or if it's just like shit's real weird here, But I do know that there's children involved, and I have a little bit of a rule about kids, and I don't fuck with that. So that's my biggest concern. And then come to find out this tree is literally being held by a baby hand. I got my concerns.
At this point, don't think of it as a child anymore.
Okay, but that doesn't make my concerns any less.
Okay,
Because the thing holding onto the tree might not be a child anymore, but the thing that man was carrying away and the woman was crying about, that was a child.
Then we'll do something about it tomorrow night.
Alright, well, if you think of anything else when it comes to, local legend and what else,
I'll go look through my books.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good day, y'all. I'm gonna go catch some sleep, and Marcelina's gonna go into her room and go to sleep. She's clearly very, like, disturbed. So all of her movements seem very erratic as she, like, leaves the room.
Sato.
Yes?
Intelligence and academics, please.
Okay. Are there any modifiers to this, or is it just that?
Just that.
I don't think I have a specialty. Just that. Oh, Jesus.
You attempt to research more into Abura Akago. Akago, I suppose it should be. Akago? Anyway, the only thing that you really find out that is, in more modern yokai literature, instead of a child, it takes on the appearance of a ball of flame. And with that, is everyone heading for their day rest?
To meditate and greet the sun, as is my dharma.
Is there's no basement, I assume?
No.
Is there an
No.
attic space?
Yes, there is now.
Perfect. Slip is going to kind of sequester himself away up there if it seems like there's nothing there that's going to get him killed. Like an open window or something. Broken boards.
No worries, that's absolutely fine. I've just noticed that Streamlabs is really fucking broken. That was the wrong alert. Thanks for that, Streamlabs. But thank you for the follow. Right. Ominous thunderclap, sorry. I'm sorry,
Dun, dun,
Streamlabs.
dun.
Everyone, take your composure or resolve, whichever is higher, and add it to your willpower tracker. You will not be slaking one hunger. Does anyone need to heal? Just Marcelina? Okay. Superficial or aggravated, Marcelina?
Superficial.
Do
It's
a rouse
too
check for me,
superficial.
please.
We were successful.
And you may heal up to 3.
Wonderful.
Sorry, up to 2.
Mm-hmm. I knew what you
Why-
meant.
Yeah, why would blood potency be consistent? The coterie arise from torpor and assemble downstairs to discuss their plans for the night and long-term plans for boarding the bullet train. Elias takes his composure or resolve, whichever is higher, and adds it to his willpower tracker. And everybody do a rouse check as well for me, please, to awaken. Apart from the 2 Gaki, of course.
Did mine go through?
It did?
No, that
Did it?
was from my. No,
No, it did
that
not.
was from
Yep.
my healing. God damn it. Alright, there it goes. Wonderful. We gain a hunger.
Gain a hunger. That's everyone. Elias's followers and Marcelina's 2 ghouls have afforded them some privacy after having attended to the house for the day. And as you assemble together in the meeting room, is there anything you would like to talk about?
Marcelina would immediately ask the ghouls, did you get any information for me?
Hi! Naomi wanders into the room, gives a deep bow to Marcelina and a shallower bow to the rest of the coterie. Master, there was a caller at the door during your slumber. Akari was out canvassing the town at the time, but it seems she didn't need to, as a woman claimed she saw you last night and saw her son being taken. She was begging for help. Apparently this has become something of a recent occurrence here. She lives a short walk away, apparently, just up the road. She seems desperate. I don't know why she hasn't gone to the police, but I get the impression she will keep coming back and could bring a lot of attention to us, unless she has given some kind of fix to her problem.
Well, then it looks like we're gonna go have to help, don't it? Okay. I'm going to ask the other ghoul, the one that was canvassing, Kari. Did you find anything of interest other than our visitor this morning?
I came across 2 other houses that said that their children had also been kidnapped. They went to the police, but apparently the police have done nothing.
I see. Well, we can't let that stand. You've done great work. Thank you very much. And Marcelina will give both her ghouls kisses on the hands. She's sort of had this conversation in plain view of the coterie, so they, have heard the whole thing and heard her response. She is not going to say anything. She's going to go up to her room. She's going to grab her things. She's going to grab a notebook, obviously something to write with, and just kind of have it packed up, and then is going to hike it over her shoulder, go back into the main room, and say, right, so this is what I want to deal with right now, as soon as possible, especially if she is going to be coming back. We don't want to attract attention to the Haven. Anything y'all want to add? Do you want to come with? What do you want to do?
I think that's a great idea.
I'm not sending you off alone, so...
Yes, I certainly think we should help. It's the right thing to do.
I do agree.
Wonderful.
But at some point, Marcelina, I should like a word with you. Unrelated to this, well, mostly.
No.
We'll talk.
I think the police not being willing to help is maybe something to look into. That seems strange.
Do you think maybe it is a very remote village, but do you think perhaps the police have something you can hack into and maybe take a note of their criminal catching activities, and if they've had any at all?
If they have anything, I'm happy to look. But I would be more worried about them either being lazy and inattentive, or perhaps under the influence of some entity that would perhaps not want them to pay attention to.
Nod.
But if they do have something like that, I'm happy to work into it, but I'd be shocked if it was... I'd be surprised.
Oh, right. No, I'm thinking in the attempt to set a timeline, right? Because anytime you go into a police station, you speak to them, they do have to make record that you've been there and what request you're trying to make, whether they follow up on it or not. And so perhaps we can get a timeline of when these events started, given that tree's been out there for a month.
Yeah, even if they don't have like a computer system, they would have probably, I would imagine, police reports if they're not covering things up actively.
We could also simply ask the woman. I expect she might know, having lived here.
Right, well that's where I'm going. Y'all get ready and let's get on out. Canoe, we will talk later.
Nod.
Marlena,
Yes.
are you hungry?
Yes.
Because I think looking around, this is a slum. I'm pretty sure I can find some rats.
It is probably best, given what we're about to do, that we don't go in there hungry. So, yes.
Okay. Brief layover. Let's go look for some rats.
All right then. Y'all can see Marcelina's all business right now. There's no not even sort of her normal teasing that she does. None of that. It's very serious right now for her.
Not going to be any problem whatsoever for you, Slip, to find some rats. In fact, you'll be crowded by about 3 of them, who are all affectionately winding themselves around your ankles and legs, rubbing their faces against you and just squeaking happily.
Show enough. Great. Sure. How hungry? Give me the cup, and we'll talk about it. Sure.
She'll take out her special cup and give it to to Slip.
Yeah. Slip will produce one hunger worth of blood into the cup.
Rouse
He'll
please.
bite himself. Sure.
No problem. Fill the cup with 1 hunger's worth of blood.
And Marcelina will.
Okay. He will devour one of the rats and then bring the other 2 back and offer them to Elias? He's not sure where he's at.
Elias drinks from his herd. You don't have to do that.
He doesn't like the Juice Crew to be viewed as the Juice Crew, so these are...
By you. He doesn't want you others to have a taste of his crew. He feeds off of them.
Has Slip offered them to Elias?
Hey, here you go, buddy. Are you feeling peckish?
Oh, Slip, I certainly appreciate the offer, but unfortunately, rats just don't sate my thirst anymore.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. Well, okay, would you like to drink from me, and then I'll devour the rats?
Oh no, I'm quite alright. I don't have any hunger at the moment, but my hunger's very minor.
Oh, okay. Well then, great. He just goes and puts the little rat babies outside. They get to live.
I will say that the one that you ate was wearing a slightly oversized red jacket and hat and spoke with a foreign accent, having recently arrived in the country.
No. That's what you get for traveling. I mean, it's not safe.
Marcelina says to Slip, Slip,
You.
I know that your kind of interactions with Kindred have been rather limited, given where you've been tucked away for most of these years, but something to note, right? Everybody has a preference to how they eat, right? But it is very rare for our kind to feed the way I do. So, right. So, for instance, Elias drinks from his people. That's his preferred method of doing so. And because it's that way, it doesn't do anything really for him to drink from rats, for example. I know it doesn't apply to Sato anymore, but from what I understand, he would drug his mortals first and then feed from them. That's his preferred kind of feeding. So,
sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess.
And
Fed Elias once before when things were bad, but I guess he was just tolerating, the bad taste or... Okay, alright.
Mm-hmm. So, for example, right, if you drink from a blood bag, unless you've got a special quirk about you that allows you to do so, if you drink from blood bag, right, it doesn't slake your thirst as much as if you were to get it straight from the vein of, let's say, a rat or a person.
Right. Okay. So I will reserve. I'll save myself for you then.
I do like hearing it. Thank you, by the way, for helping me out, because I would be in a bad place.
Yep.
Currently.
Nope.
Yeah.
I remember the car. I remember you turning into a blender, and we cannot have it again.
Yeah, it's well, I'm not gonna say sorry because I'm not. But
No, it's just something to prevent.
Mm-hmm.
Like shit happens. We are the way we are.
Right, exactly. All right, so we gonna save a child or what? Let's get going.
We're going to save maybe 3 kids.
I would like that very much.
So would I.
And to kill whoever is hurting those children.
I agree.
Good. Right.
Heading to
Satsuki,
the woman's house.
Y'all ready?
I'm ready.
Good. Yes. Then off we go to this woman's house.
The coterie leave their haven, walking along the steep inclines up and down. The night is filled with the chirping of cicadas and other insects at home in the tall grass. The air feels thick and humid as they walk through it towards a house with the distraught woman inside. As you walk through the quiet village, the only sounds around you aside from the insects is the odd car on the main road off in the distance. Is there anything you would like to talk about?
I don't know. Anything y'all want to talk about?
Kenun,
Yes.
I would like to apologize for last night. My deficiencies got the best of me, as they do with my kind.
A slight bow. I accept your apology, dear Slip. And perhaps I may offer my own.
He will give a much less practiced bow, a little deeper.
Thank you so much.
I shall not hold your deficiencies against you.
Thanks. I'm sorry, I tripped. I got caught in the moment.
Indeed.
Poor Elias,
One
gravity is
day
not your friend, is it?
Is there? I imagine if there's like litter and that's like what Slip tripped on, Marcelina will start picking up. He'll start picking up the litter and throwing it into a trash, like a nearby trash. It's just like,
And
I don't understand. We only have one fucking planet, and she's like grumbling about littering as she's cleaning up.
That Slip staggers, Kenun just sort of like catches him so he doesn't fall over, dusts off his shoulder. Like, yeah, no, we're cool.
Good.
He kind of fixes his top jacket and, reshovels his disheveled self.
As shoveled as ever gets.
Yeah.
The kindred arrive near the house they were told about. A light is on in the front room, leaking out from the metal shutters on the dry street in front of them. The Coven stand on the doorstep that sits right out on the narrow tarmac road. Who's knocking or ringing the doorbell?
Marcelina.
Okay.
I would imagine Elias is like right next to her though, so it would probably be like she knocks, but he's standing next to her. So.
Oh shit, Marcelina.
What?
Put your face on.
Oh, that's right. Shit. I'm gonna flash of life. Hey, it's nighttime, so I don't.
What do you mean it's nighttime? It's always fucking nighttime in Vampire the Masquerade.
I know. I guess what I mean is that like there's not enough light that it'll be a huge problem, but because Marcelina's humanity is a little low, so even though she blushes of life, it's not. She put her makeup on though. She put on
if nothing else,
her funeral
standing
face.
next to Sato, who's looking like a walking corpse and can't do nothing about it. So
Yeah. So I have my makeup on, make me look a little more human.
Yeah, it's like, Marcelina, make yourself look more human. Kenun, 3 eyes all blinking. Never mind.
Put your fucking bandana on.
part of bandana. I'm part of bandana.
And the door is
Yeah,
answered by a very distraught-looking woman. She looks at you and her eyes light up slightly. It is you. Please, come in. And she is
We
speaking
come in.
Japanese, by the way.
Yeah, I figured.
It's just that
we
everyone's
come in.
Japanese is so good it sounds like English to you now.
Oh, well, that's right. Yeah, so we come in. Marcelina immediately is going to. She's gonna come in, take off her shoes, but she's not gonna sit. She's got a face and energy of urgency. So she's trying to be respectful, but she's also like, give me the facts so I can get going and do what I gotta do. But also tags that the lady said it is you, which is an interesting choice of words. And says back to her in Japanese, I'm sorry. Do I know you?
You don't know me, but I saw you last night. Briefly, when I was chasing whoever it was that took my child. Kotaro.
Right, and that's what I'm here to help you with. Yes.
Please, come in. Let me tell you everything.
Please. And Marcelina will get in a good position, pull out her notebook, pen in hand, and goes, go on, tell me everything.
He was taken last night from his room. I thought it was secure, it was quiet. I didn't hear anything happen. I just realized when I was checking on him because there was a draft that was coming through and shouldn't be. The room was left open. The room's window was left open. And a lot of children and young teenagers have gone missing, all with similar stories in the area.
For how long has this been happening?
About a month or so, I think.
Marcelina just casts a glance at the coterie at that statement. Right. About a month. How many other families have been suffering this fate?
I've heard of at least 2, maybe 3.
You said children and teenagers?
Young teenagers, yes.
Okay. I have a lot of questions, but I'm trying to pick the most relevant ones. Around what time did this occur? Or rather,
midnight.
at what time did you first notice the draft?
About midnight.
Okay. And Marcel was, scribbling down this in her notebook. I don't know if any of you want to ask questions or say something.
Did you get a good look at who took the child?
I wasn't able to get a very good look. He looked, for lack of a better word, like he was homeless. His clothes were torn. He was incredibly skinny. I'm sure I could make out patterns of bone underneath the skin. He looked sickly,
So
like he was heavily into drugs.
So a very emaciated, sickly-looking man.
Yes.
The other families, in their experiences, was it the same man, or...
They didn't catch
Or
sight
rather-
of him.
I see.
They all went to
I
the
see,
police, but nothing's happened. That's why I didn't bother going. We've only got 3 police officers for the whole village. And only the young man who works a day shift the night shift was apparently interested, and said he was investigating, so they say, but he was actually told to stop by the local chief. Apparently the chief and an ex-senior officer have closed the case and aren't investigating it at all. The younger officer was told not to even touch it.
Marcelina's face, you can see she's clenching her jaw really tight where the muscle that's there sort of bulges out. She looks very upset. Right. Where is the station, if you don't mind telling us?
It's down the road at the bottom of the base of the hill. And if you want, I've kept Kotaro's room exactly how it was last night when I discovered what went wrong if you want to search it.
I would actually very much like to do that. Please.
Elias would nod and follow as well.
She'll just look at Kenon, Slip, and Sato. Would you three like to? Just feel uncomfortable with three strangers alone in my house is all. Given recent
Slip
events.
nods his head and cuddles along.
I'm gonna go to the alley and find where that window is on the outside of the house.
Okay.
And I'll say that to Marcelina. To everybody.
Gives
I know
a curt nod.
she's the one who's gonna come kick my ass if I don't tell her where I'm going.
She gives a curt nod in response.
The woman guides you into a small room. It's tidy, with a small folding closet tucked up in a corner, a desk against the opposite wall running under the open window, and there's a futon, unmade, the sheets folded over and the pillow still sunk in, as if someone had just leapt out of it that very morning. The mother has tears well up in her eyes, and shuffles back to the front room silently, where the coterie can hear her weeping despite her best efforts to muffle the sounds. And then Sato stands in the doorway. In the window.
I'm in a window. I'm leaning in the window.
Right.
I'm short. Hold on. How tall is this window?
I mean, it's Japan. It's not that
fair.
high.
I'm not actually that short comparatively.
I'm pretty sure we're still all on the on one level. I don't think we've gone up a level or anything. So
can I see how hard it is to get into this window?
Wait, before you do it, check the floor outside the window and the windowsill. There may be evidence there.
Prince.
Sato!
Last night. You're right. Yes.
Sato, for free! You can see the view is quite high up and looks straight down at the small police station for the village. Kenon, you said you wanted to look for fingerprints on the windowsill?
Oh, no, I was that's Marcelina suggesting to Sato to look for evidence.
Well,
and I was like, footprints by the windowsill! And no, I'm just vibing in the corner.
Are we on a hill?
You're at the...
Yes.
Yeah, the village itself is up on a hill.
Flip will look for physical evidence inside the room.
That's what Marcelina's doing as well. Can I give him a +1? Because Marcelina would be also looking, so...
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Elias.
Yes.
As helpful as you could be in here, I think you'd be even more helpful to the woman out there. She needs comfort right now. Her child was stolen.
Yes, it's very wise. Elias would actually go out and comfort the lady.
Right, wonderful. You'll find on the window there are no fingerprints, but a very small black stain similar to ash that can be seen by a piece of broken glass.
Ooh. I have some broken glass here with some dark ash around it.
Is this ash like I don't know, like burned wood or something like that? Or is this like charcoal? You know what I'm saying?
This is something that you of all people will recognize instantly as the kind of ash that is left when a particularly old kindred dies.
Oh. Okay.
And you'll also just hear, "Not interested in enlightenment," leaking out from the front room.
Oh, Elias, I said comfort her, not convert her. God damn it.
That word's the same thing to him.
Oh, God. I was hoping he would do some like calm emotions type of thing, but he's decided to go a different route. Okay. So this right here, and Marcelino like doesn't touch it. Not for like fear or anything, but just like not wanting to disturb too much of the what is technically a crime scene. And says that is the remnants of one of us. That is really old vampire ash. As clarification, ST, so there's like ash that Sabat make that is like a drug.
That's the one that Thin Bloods make.
Yes. Is that this? Or is this literally just ash of an old dead vampire?
You've experienced that ash before because you've had a run-in with that group. And this is...
Oh, that's right.
You know, this is a very small amount of ash. More like a stain that's just been smeared on there inadvertently. And it's remains of a kindred. You know, it is something that is only could be kindred in origin.
Okay, so would yes, that's me.
Would you say then that it is possible that the kindred could have cut themselves while going in or out of the window, left blood behind, and then the sun could have turned that blood into this ash?
Yes. I was also thinking that it could be it could be a individual who has recently taken the drug ash and still had remnants of it on their hands. When a kindred takes ash, or rather a thin blood, they gain whatever abilities the dead vampire had. So it really could be either of those things. Is there a way for me to like kind of decipher which way we're leaning when it comes to this ash?
Yeah, I mean, on site, it's because the ash finders use is put through a process, refined.
Okay.
This is just black ash.
Yeah, okay. However, it's looking like it's leaning more towards what you're suggesting, Slick. So we have... Oh, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Do you want me to take samples of this and see if I can figure out what the fuck at a later date?
Absolutely. I think that would be wise. Because we're clearly dealing with kindred taking children.
He'll just break out the field kit and some Q-tips and just, tag it for later.
So we have a police department that's got 3 individuals in it. One is a night shift police officer who has expressed interest in investigating further, and then by the chief was told to not do so. Which is strange. You would think that he'd be real keen on discovering who's taken the children of his village.
Yeah, you'd think, right? You'd think, unless there were perhaps outward influence, like, say, a kindred.
Yes. We do know that there are Sabat running around in Japan.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
You're not here, Elias. You gotta come back.
You are.
You gotta come back. And
No,
then you can
I'm
tell
outside
us.
of the room. I'm outside.
Yeah.
I think it's worth looking
Children of
into.
the what?
Would any of you be able to determine if someone has been influenced by kindred fluids?
Well, probably if anyone who can do something like that, it's probably Elias. I mean, I don't know if the Gaki have abilities that can have insight into that thing, or into that sort of thing, but Elias is probably the best bet with it when it comes to that.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to do while we're here?
I guess as a final sweep, is there anything else that would have caught Marcelina's eye?
Wits and awareness
That would
with
be-
a +1 for sight. Or you can do intelligence
Alright.
investigation without a +1 for sight. Good enough for me.
All right.
You find, hidden away, scrunched up in the bedding, a police ticket for Kotaro, apparently skateboarding on a pavement. The ticket was issued by Chief Tokugawa.
Huh. Would you look
Oh.
at this? She shows, the coterie, but Slip especially. Chief.
Does he
Yes.
not like the naughty children?
Could very well be. Any child that, causes an affront, gives them a ticket, and that is the go sign to take that child.
I don't speak Japanese very well. Could you get the name of the other missing peoples from this woman so that when we're going through the records at the police station, I can look for infractions by these individuals?
That shouldn't be too difficult to get at all. Right. The ticket itself, does it have any kind of I don't know, any kind of symbol or thing on it that would show you've been chosen to be taken,
No,
Anything
but
like
it's
that on-
fucking weird that anyone would get a police ticket for skateboarding on the pavement. You've got to be that's 1 in a million kind of thing. You've got to be a complete asshole, even by standards of asshole, to get a ticket
Right.
for that.
Right. Okay. Cool. So Marcelina's gonna put that into her bag, and she's gonna say, "Right. So we done in here. I'm gonna go talk to the mother."
I think so. What is the date on the ticket?
Yeah. What is the date? And that would be relayed to him.
2 days ago?
Right. So 2 days
Right.
ago, it looks like.
Yep, I follow you.
Cool. What the fuck? Okay, yeah. Marcelina's gonna head to the mom.
And you'll just
Meh.
find her on the couch talking with Lysa, and she's got this look of, what is this man talking about? And as you walk in, she's like, thank God.
I'm sorry about that. He means well.
Most cult
I just
leaders
have-
do mean well.
We keep telling him that he comes off as a cult leader, but he doesn't. He insists that it is a community of like-minded individuals, and I don't know how to get him to understand that that's still a cult. Regardless, he does mean well. I do have a question for you, if you don't mind answering for me.
I'll try my best.
Wonderful. Could you give us the names of the other children that were taken?
Yes, completely. And she lists off these authentic Japanese children names.
Yes, of course.
Those sound extra real.
That
Huey,
sounds so good.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Oh, that sounds real Japanese. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Once we have the names, Marcelina will say, you've met with these officers before, right?
I've had some meetings with them. Never because I've needed to make use of the police, of course.
Right. No, of course not. Anything interesting or different that you would have noticed about them? Like, are these people that grew up in the village, or were they people that were sort of brought in at one point or another?
They've always been in the village. The chief has sort of inherited the job from his father, who inherited it from his father. The next senior officer is a very strange man. Keeps mostly to himself. Not married. Lives alone and doesn't really socialize outside of getting food or such. And he buys a lot of strange food for a man of his age.
Like what?
A lot of chocolate, sweets, the like.
I see. Okay.
And he's very forgetful. Seems like he's almost always sleepy. Bloodshot red eyes constantly.
Okay. That is interesting to know. You're very observant, I've got to say. That's very good and very helpful.
It's very odd. I've never seen anyone like that, let alone a police officer.
It is strange behavior. I don't disagree. Just real quick, the chief you said inherited the position from his father. By any chance, does he look very similar to his father?
There's a vague familial resemblance.
Okay. All right then. Good to know. Good to know. And the night shift officer, you said the one that was interested in investigating
Yes.
more. What's his name?
Hara.
Hara. Okay. And he's been here his whole life too?
He grew up in the village. He's very strange that anyone would choose to join the police station here, but it's nice that there's someone new, young, taking the mantle.
Yes. That is very good of him. Okay. Well,
I believe the kids say he's quite chill.
Yes, that is what the kids say. You've been extraordinarily helpful, ma'am. I'm gonna get you your baby back, okay?
Thank you so much.
Sit tight.
Since my husband died, it's been a struggle. Kotaro is my only link to Hideo, and I don't know what I'd do if I lost Kotaro as well.
If you don't mind me asking, your late husband, he passed natural causes, or?
It was the drink that killed him. He was
see.
hit by an Asahi truck.
Oh God, well, that is awful. I'm sorry. I will get you your son back.
Thank you so much.
Marcelina, without like really saying much else, will give like a bow, and then we'll go put her shoes on and go to leave.
And, I assume that you're all gathering up to leave and putting your shoes back on, and she will give a very deep bow to you, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, with that, Marcelina will head out into the streets. Marcelina looks both very furious and very, like, disturbed, so.
And at this point, we'll take a break. I'm hoping Streamlabs is going to let me play this teaser. I don't think it will. So we'll see what happens. We'll be right back. And if it doesn't play it, we'll just put the break screen on and I'll curse fucking Streamlabs for not doing something that OBS can do. And we'll be right back.
I don't know. I think Marcelina's pretty focused on just getting the work done. While normally Marcelina is sort of constantly mimicking the humanity she sees around her. This is a time where she is absolutely devoid of it. And yet, the level of concern she has maybe speaks to just a glimmer of humanity that she has. And so she's very focused, very upset. And so she doesn't exactly turn to say anything to the coterie. She's all business.
The police station looms in front of them. Considering the size of the village, the station itself is larger than either Sato or Kenon would have expected. The bright light of the front desk's office area illuminate the concrete step onto the entrance. Glistening in the light, though, is a key on the corner of the step. What would you all like to do?
You said there's a key?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there is like a light on within.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Elias would not, if the door's unlocked, he'd open it for the rest of the coterie. Otherwise, he'd not.
No problem. It's unlocked. It's a police station. Well, it's a Koban, but yeah.
Yeah. Is it like a automated door, or is it one of the push doors?
Automatic.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Marcelina is full on beelining it into the police station.
Kenon, Slip, Sato.
Slip is following close behind Marcelina.
I'm
Elias
not
followed
going
too.
left behind.
Kenon.
Kenon's taking up the rear,
No one wants
supervising. Sure.
Someone will scoop up the key for sure.
Yeah, I'll grab the key. Shiny.
the key. Under
Yeah.
the key is a pass card for Chief Tokugawa and a folded piece of paper.
Paper?
Unfolding the piece of paper.
Yes.
Written on the paper, in Romanji, is a haiku. Tabi ni yande, yume wa karino wo, kake miguru. Sicking on journey, my dream run about, a desolate field. Kenon, you recognize this haiku, even though you can't speak Japanese anymore.
Nod. Paper is pocketed, and the others are quietly made aware of the finding.
And you said that was to the chief?
I had a key, Chief Tokugawa's pass card, and the folded piece of paper. 3 separate
And then
items.
the folded piece. Okay. All right. Well, Marcelina puts a pin in that for now, and she's gonna walk right in. I'm assuming there's a sort of like front area reception desk or something or other.
A well-lit small reception area is unmanned but seems open. The coterie proceed in, and an arrival bell reverberates through the prefab structure. Almost instantly, a young police officer walks in from a corridor that snakes around the side. He gives a small nod to the coterie and talks directly to Kenon and Sato in Japanese. Konbanwa. How may I assist you?
Did we ever learn how to speak Japanese again?
No,
No.
you never learned after you came back as Gaki and I had mine stolen by the daimyo. We're just staring blankly at this man.
So that's
Help.
when Marcelina will step basically into this guy's face and speak to him in perfect Japanese, and say, "We are looking into the disappearances of some children."
Perhaps you can help us.
I see. And he'll switch to English when he sees Gaijin just step in front. No offense. It's my life. I was told not to pursue this.
You shan't have to.
We can do it for you.
Who
About
told
five
you not
families.
to pursue it?
My superiors. About 5 families have so far been affected by it. All the victims range in age from the youngest being around 7 to the eldest who is 15. All taken from their homes at night. No sound was made. I was only able to do a brief investigation into the crimes. I discovered previously unsolved cases exactly the same from 15 years ago, another from 20 years before that.
Were you able to search the homes of the other 4 that went missing recently?
As much as I may wish to, I was unable to investigate further into the case. Not only that, but the cells have been closed off recently by Chief Tokugawa anyway. He says the electronics need refurbishment, but he hasn't even tried to get someone to look into it and repair it.
I raise an eyebrow and look at Slip. Very much like this is probably something you can do, if it's electronic.
Officer
It's not, is it?
Tamagawa is not as useful as he could be. Often late, sleepy on the job. Seems to be suffering constantly from allergies. Oh, he's just tired. His eyes are almost always bloodshot. He forgets details, things to do. His memory is totally unreliable, and he takes too many smoking breaks.
Where are they now?
They're at home.
I see.
I'm in charge of the night shift. It is part of my duty being the most junior of the team.
Where are the cells?
They're round the back. Opposite the staff room, where we keep the case files. And, he'll look either side, realize that if you go in the back, don't touch any of the sweets in the fridge. They belong to Tamagawa. I can't just let you in there, of course.
Have you, seen him eating the sweets? Or just something he has with him?
Officer Tamagawa? Constantly eating the damn sweets.
You don't find that a little strange, given his age?
I to criticize people's eating habits. I once saw someone eating bananas covered in cheese and hollandaise sauce.
Has he always been like this? Or is the obsession with sweets more recent?
Always.
So this isn't a new development in the last month or so?
No.
Have there been any interesting developments in the last month or so?
Aside from the cells randomly breaking and children being stolen from their beds at night?
Are there any health ailments that the sweets fiend no longer seems to be suffering from?
No, he's still old as fuck.
Gotcha.
Not very sprightly.
The chief and your other senior officer. They've always been in those positions, as far as
You've known, from what I understand, you are native to this village.
I am. Chief Tokugawa was chief of police when I was a child. Officer Tamagawa has always been on the police force as long as I remember.
Okay. Well, lucky for you. My friend here is very good with electronics. Perhaps you can take him back to the cells and he can fix that up right for you.
I wouldn't be able to do that myself unless there was some way that my back was turned, shall we say, and you snuck in there.
I think that can be arranged.
You're gonna punch this man out.
I want to, but I don't want to kill him.
Well,
But instead, I think I might defer to Elias on how to get this man to be, unaware.
we need a escort back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But also need him to kind of like the blinders on.
Yeah. I would catch his gaze and use mesmerize. We have a justification to go back. You'll buzz us through and forget we were here.
Do a rouse check for me, please. Gain a hunger, but that'll be an automatic success.
Oh, okay.
I'll just say there's no buzzer, it's working on key cards.
Once that Elias's thing is done, Marcelino will take the chief's card that we have, and is going to use that to get us where we need to be.
The narrow corridor goes into a straight line and turns sharply to the left. A glass sliding door blocks the way forward, but is easily opened, allowing the coven a way forward. Stepping into the corridor, a cold chill hits them immediately. At the end of the corridor are two doorways. One is marked as the staff/case room, the other is for cells. Hanging on the wall next to the cell doors is a key swiper. What would you like to do?
With the cells, is there the door that's there? Is there like a small window, or is it just like one big solid door?
It's basically a glass automatic door, whereas the staff door is just a wooden door with a handle.
Okay, so I'm gonna swipe, but at the same time I'm gonna use Oblivion Sight because you mentioned a cold chill.
The door opens, but you see nothing with Oblivion Sight until you step into the corridor, and you see a vague glimmer of the edge of an aura seeping out from the end of the corridor down the set of bottom stairs. Making your way forward?
Yeah, I'm gonna let the coterie know. If you got any special eyes, this is the time to turn it on. There's something at the end of the hall. Down the stairs.
The young officer in the reception area sneezes.
And Marcelina's gonna take one of her guns out of the holster to have just in case, and is gonna start heading on forward.
Coven stepped through the doorway into a corridor lined with 3 empty jail cells. At the end of the corridor is a stairway that twists down into a basement. The curious vampires steadily make their way through the corridor and down the stairs. The only sound in the air are the clunks of their feet hitting each step as they wind down the concrete stairway. When they reach the bottom, they find a large, reinforced room that seems to have been built up after the construction of the station. The room has thick, old-fashioned iron bars running across half of it, And in front of you, curled up in a dark corner, his knees tucked under his chin, is the ragged figure you saw taking the child.
Okay. How does he look? Does he look like in a daze? Does he look... Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to get it sort of a read on what his
Like a kindred
state
that
of
is
being
kept
is.
barely alive. He is
Gotcha.
virtually looking like a corpse. Very gaunt, skin clinging to the skeleton, ragged clothes.
Okay. And there's bars all around, so I would be able to like walk over to his side and speak to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's nothing else in this room?
Nope.
Okay.
Should we give him something to eat?
I think that may make him more cooperative.
Very
If
well.
this- If this is the very old kindred, could it be?
No. This is the man who stole that child.
Are they not one and the same, perhaps?
Perhaps. I don't know. I think it'd be pretty noticeable by the young police officer upstairs if it was the same person.
Unless he's got a back door or something.
I don't
I'm
know.
looking at how pokey his bones are, and it kind of reminds me of me a little bit.
Well, maybe we get him a rat or two to feed on. Might make him want to talk.
Or a
I have
chocolate bar.
Oh, maybe. This looks
Try
like a kindred. This is one of us. Marcelina's gonna, unfortunately I cannot call rats to me, so but Marcelina is gonna probably step a bit closer to this guy. I think so I want to be in his line of sight, but I don't want to be like within arm's reach of him, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. No problem. And he'll slowly turn his head up to look at you and finally focus on you. You're not the Tamagawa patriarch. He is speaking in English.
No, I'm not. Who are you?
I don't remember my name.
Do you remember what you did last night?
Taking the child. That is
Yes.
my purpose, yes.
Your purpose is to take children from their mothers.
Or their fathers. Or their parents, indeed both.
For who?
For the Tamagawa house.
Are you hungry, sir?
Starving.
Marcelina kind of has a sick feeling in her stomach at the sort of the title of that house. And she is going to go to the group and say, Slip, I need you to get some rats to feed him with.
I can try.
I need him to try to remember more. Might help to have some blood in his system to do so.
I can definitely call rats. Whether or not
I-
they can get to me in this place is...
I can volunteer some blood.
No, Elias, as kind as that is, they won't be able to stop, and then you'll be dead, and you're no use to me dead. She'll hand the swipe card to Slip so that he can get in and out to get those rats for us without having to worry about, gaining entrance again.
He'll take it.
Well, we have circumvented your hunger with a cup.
Yes,
Good
but I
offering.
don't...
Your cup?
You remember when I told you everyone has preferred types, and my kind is rare. It's safer if we go with the rat. I don't see any blood bags around here,
So I'll be right back, and I will try very, very hard not to hurt the nice policeman.
Please do. Sato, Kanu, have you ever heard of this house that he's speaking of?
The young police officer sneezes twice more.
Have I heard of this house?
Nope.
Hmm. Okay. I don't know if you want me to roll for Streetwise or whatever, but would I have some knowledge just with my underground contacts and such of
Nope.
this type of house? No. Okay.
What was the name again?
Tamagawa.
Yeah, Marcelina's trying not to grab this man through the bars and fucking decimate him. Yeah, cool. Okay. So, go ahead. Okay. Just so that I'm clear on what information we have here, ST. He said that his purpose was to collect these children and bring them to Tamagawa House.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does the blah 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 words?
Sometimes.
Yeah, on occasion, Top Cop have an office we can poke around.
There's the staff room.
I'm gonna wander off and go poke around there.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Yeah, Marceline just trying not to kill this guy. Cool. Okay. She's going to go back to her spot by the bars there to talk to him, and say, how long have you been successful in your purpose?
He's sort of, he is looking off, almost like he's in a dream, trying to remember. Yeah? Decades? Longer. Maybe.
As I look at him, and I know his clothes are kind of a wreck, but would I be able to denote from what he's wearing maybe a time period?
I think the most you'll be able to discern is 20th century. but it doesn't rule out
That
the
is not
possibility
enough to
that
go
he
on.
has been given new clothes at some point.
Yeah.
Just worn out.
Right. That does not help me at all. Okay. Well, so basics then here. Based on looking at him, I know that Slip earlier mentioned that he kind of looks like body type wise very similar to Slip. Can I maybe get a gauge on like a clan, like Nosferatu or otherwise?
I'll let you have that for free. He would not be Nosferatu. He would not be of any one of the
Okay.
Carter clans either. He
so
looks
no.
starving hungry. He is on that thin line between torpor and not torpor. But
Yeah.
he's not the same kind of messed up features as a Nosferatu.
Okay. So definitely not Nosferatu and definitely not one of mine. Okay. I think for now Marcelina's just going to be watching him until Slip gets back with some food for him.
And meanwhile upstairs, Kenon and Slip walking back. Slip making his way outside, but Kenon enters into the staff room. A small, simple room. 2 corner cupboards have been set up. 2 on the floor. 4 corner... Oh yeah, that's right. And 2 attached to the wall directly above them. Upon the floor cupboards is a countertop. A coffee percolator is on. The acrid smell of stale hot coffee emits from it. In the middle of the floor is a small round wooden table with 3 chairs tucked in underneath it. A wide wooden bookcase stands at the side of the nook. It is nearly empty, but seems to have a few case files stacked inside. At the opposite end of the small cupboards is a waist-high fridge. What would you like to do, Kenon?
I just want to poke around the place, like open stuff, see what's inside. Anything interesting? Yeah.
The fridge has 3 shelves inside, each one labelled. The top for Chief Tokugawa, the middle for Officer Tamagawa, and the final bottom shelf for Officer Hara. The middle shelf is nearly filled with Meiji chocolate bars and soft drinks. The bottom shelf has a Tonkat sandwich from Lawson's on it, while the top one is filled with what appears to be processed meats wrapped in cling film for some reason taken out of their original packaging. You stroll over to the bookshelf and begin to search through the files. It's mostly noise complaints, petty theft, but eventually you find case files about the previous kidnapped children. Most of the files are fairly bare, though, consisting of the case summary, but they all show that they were closed by Chief Tokugawa. Slip. You head outside of the police station and stand in the humid, warm country air. Would you like to summon some little squeaky friends?
Yes.
I believe that's free for you.
I think I have to.
Might be a rouse.
I think it might be a rouse check. I'm not. He's nowhere near as good at animalism as Daisy is.
Do the rouse for me then, please.
Yeah, it is a rouse check. Open. Okay.
And you will have 3 large, juicy, fat brats scurrying quickly towards you, sniffing your feet and wrapping themselves around you almost affectionately.
He will kneel down and collect each one very gently and place them down into the layers of clothing. Not so that they're flush to the wasp holes. That would be foolish. But he's trying to smuggle these little rats back in.
Yep. No problem.
Head right back
He'll
in.
happily settle inside of a pocket or two, not even scurrying about, just appreciating the fact that you're relatively cool on this hot night. And then heading back in.
Yep.
You make use of Chief Tokugawa's card, which turns the LED switch from red to green as the seal is broken, and make your way back downstairs to the reinforced room, meeting up with Marcelina and Elias, and Sato. What would you all like to do?
Approach the bars. Take a knee, kind of shake his shirt out a little bit so the rats drop out, and then he will give them little boot scoots with his fingers so they go into the cell through the bars.
The kindred will take sight of these 3 innocent rats mere days away from retirement. His eyes will open to bulbs. He will panic and run to the opposite side of the cell, as far away from the rats as he can get.
Does this seem like something he's been sort of trained to respond? Like in this manner?
I don't think you need to roll for that, Marcelina. This is very familiar to you. This is a trained in the way of fear.
So Marcelina's going to reach in and snatch up these rats. She's going to turn away so that her back covers it, open up her cup that she has, and she's going to essentially rip their heads off and pour the blood into the cups and sort of just toss the carcasses aside. And then she's going to walk up to the bar and look at him and tell him to come.
He'll cautiously wander over. Very nervous still.
Open your mouth.
He'll look at you and he'll look at the cup, and he will panic once more and scurry to the other side of the cage, screaming no as he goes. I am not allowed.
Perhaps he would prefer to drink kindred.
No, I don't think that's the case here. He's been taught through fear to respond this way towards blood. His body needs it, but he's been taught to be afraid of it. It's a good way to control a kindred. He's probably been taught a very specific way that he can have blood. It's the only thing that's keeping him alive. But if you look at him, you can tell the reason why he looks like that. He's being kept on the edge.
I want to say to him, excuse me, but how is it that you feed?
I am allowed a small sample when I bring the prize to Tamagawa.
One more time, a little bit louder, Shiv.
I am allowed a small sample from the prize when I present it to Tamagawa, but I must leave it in the back room and leave.
The prize? You allow a
Marcelina.
sample of the prize?
Marcelina's hand, it starts to shake because she's like clutching her cup extremely hard, and it starts to break under her grip as she like processes what he's saying.
Mentioned a back room, right?
Yes.
Would I know the direction of that, or is it sort of...
I mean, given the context and things, he literally means the back door to a house.
Ah. Ooh, child. I would dare to say that this is probably where Marcelina would frenzy. Like a rage frenzy.
Do we want to do that roll here?
I am not. I think that perhaps the best bet is for Marcelina to leave the room. I think she's gonna have to leave the room.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because she's able to sort of piece together what's happening here. And so, given, even if he is emaciated, he is still a kindred, and she will fucking end him. So she has to leave the room. Yeah.
You'll leave the room, make your way along the corridor, fists clenched, blood boiling inside of you as you are just about able to keep control of the beast from unleashing itself in your fury. You make your way towards the staff room to meet up with Kenun. Elias, Slip,
What?
and Sato remain with the emaciated kindred, however.
We heard him say the back room, right?
Yes.
I meant to say it earlier, but my mic was muted. The minute the word back room came out of this man's mouth, Sato was going to go to the back of the building and find the back room.
There's no back room.
There's no back room.
No.
Nothing back there.
No.
To clarify, the back room isn't the back room of this building. It's the back room of the house in which he's bringing these children to.
Where the fuck's the house?
And did we get an address for that?
Not yet.
I was gonna say, I'm poking around in the staff room. Maybe they left some personal affects lying around. I don't know. If not, we can ask the dude.
Put
Yeah,
him on
either
a
way,
leash. We
very
can
good.
take him for a walk.
I will tell
yeah,
you, because
so-
you're clutching at straws, you have literally all the information about where you could go.
Oh, we do? What's the house we need to go to?
I don't want to say it wrong. The Tamagawa house, I think is how you say it.
Yeah.
Tamagawa. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't want to say it wrong, but yeah, we know the place. We just would have to go there. Marcelina is just going through it right now.
This creature is quite vile. Do we want to stay here and continue to try to get more information, or may we go ahead and try to see if we can save anyone? I would just propose that to the coterie, anyone who's here.
I don't think we can.
I don't know if there's going to be anyone left to save.
I mean, I certainly think this vile creature who causes so much pain and misery, and who is miserable himself, should be put out of his misery. But that's certainly not my that's not something I would be able to do myself.
Oh yeah, but you're quick to mention it.
I don't think he can be allowed to continue to exist.
Um, I will walk out of the room and see if I can find Marcelina.
Marceline's gonna turn into a goddamn
Vibing in the
garbage
staff
disposal.
room.
Yeah, you'll be able to catch up with Marcelina and Kenon in the staff room.
Do we have the Tamagawa address?
Yeah, I think we know.
I mean, if
What
anything,
house?
we have a whole ass tech guy that can tell us exactly where that is.
Yeah, like we have the shelf in the fridge with the stuff. Like, but do we have the
Yeah.
address?
You don't have the
We can
direct
find it
address.
for sure.
You have
I'm
plenty
sure
of
we can
means
find it.
to get it. I'll tell you there's an easy way
Marcelina.
and there's a really difficult way, and I already know you're going to go the really difficult way.
Get
Sounds
out
like
the
us.
dowsing rods.
Marcelina, we've had a discussion, and we believe we gleaned all the information we can from this individual, and he is quite a vile individual, and we think it's best that maybe he be put out of his misery. But I certainly don't have the stomach for that.
Hmm.
Some
Marcelina-
meat must be plucked.
Yes. Cannon,
Yes,
would you care to join me?
I'd be delighted.
Elias should wait
Um,
outside.
Yeah. Marcelina and Cannon would go back to the room, and as soon as we walk in, Marcelina would tell Slip and Sato, "Get out."
Okay.
Oh,
I have
sure, absolutely. I don't
a
mind
question to
helping,
ask
but,
someone else. So,
sure. See you outside.
As soon as they're gone, Marcelino will, whether it have to be like unlock the cell or break the cell, whatever it is, with the help of Canoon. The intention is clear. And I think just like thematically, everyone else would just hear a massacre occur.
I'll
Are you
say
shooting him or tearing him apart with your bare hands?
I am going to
What would you
advocate
like
for
to
the quick and humane. Just bullet, end it, and then we'll tear him apart.
Marcelina is not as kind as Canoon. She's gonna tear him apart. And she wants
As
him alive
you-
the whole time.
Approach
Oh, yeah,
him
no-
menacingly. He will just say to you, "You are just like Chief Tamagawa."
That only makes it worse.
The
only
Marcelina's
makes it
feelings aside, Canoon is ending it quick.
Yeah.
And you will rip
Either way.
him to pieces. You won't suffer any humanity loss for this. And there will just be brief smears of kindred vitae, and you'll see that his body slowly turns to ash after it has been thrown around.
Marcelina
Chief
doesn't say
Tokugawa.
anything. She just.
It's Chief Tokugawa, and he was taking the kids to Tokugawa's house. Tamagawa is the chocolate man. But yeah.
Okay,
it's the back-
one
it's the
more
back of
time,
Chief-
because you
it's
kind
the-
of broke up a little bit.
The back of Chief Tokugawa's house is where the kids are being taken. Tamagawa is the chocolate man.
Okay.
I confused myself when I was writing it.
Because as you said earlier, I had it written down the other way.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, no, Marcelina's going to exit the room. She has not bothered to wipe up anything on herself. She is
Anything that would have landed on you would have turned
furious.
to black ash anyway.
Okay.
So I guess if anything, she just has kind of like what looks almost like soot all over her body and her clothes and such.
Marcina comes out and says in her best Yorkshire accent, "Look like you've been down coal mine 26 hours bloody day mining. Come back, get beaten, get threatened, saving it, and I were grateful for experience. I were grateful."
Exactly.
Turns my brain off.
Yeah. Marcelina is like razor's edge of fury at this moment. Right. So we're gonna have to get rid of all of them. The old man with the chocolate and the chief.
Okay.
I'm down.
So,
Yes, they seem like they're quite a vile, inhumane group.
were we going to ask where that house was of the other police officer, or are we just going to go look for it?
No, I imagine that they have on record where the chief's house is.
Vic.
Yes,
We could also
I'm
simply
sure
ask.
That's fair. Also,
I'm sure Slip knows.
what? Why would he doesn't have a computer on it?
I can-
Slip has his computer. It knows all.
That's not how that works.
Potentially. I mean, I possess approximate knowledge of many things. But yeah, I mean, I could probably find out.
Yes, Slip.
And
Ask
if I
your.
should say, we do have a living person we can ask.
I'm just gonna walk up to the officer and say, "Hey, where is the chief's house?"
And he'll tell you
Sure.
exactly where the chief's house is.
There we go. We're done. Let's go.
I just do what people tell me. It's very simple.
As
At this point, Marcelina's too angry to think, so let's go. Point that way.
as we're leaving, Elias will tell the officer, "You've been a very good and diligent officer. I am sure you will be due for a promotion any day now." And then hook.
And he'll just bow as you go, with this look of confusion on his face of what the fuck does that even mean? And then as soon as you've all left the building, why am I bowing?
Would like to just, if I may ask him before we leave in just sort of an offhanded way, who, like, if he knows who planted the tree that's been there for the month.
Tree has always been there. It's only recently started blooming, though. It's very strange.
I see. Well, thank you very much. Get out of the phone. Out.
Nothing to see here. Move along. And you head out once more onto the warm streets of Yamagata. Is there anything you would like to talk about?
Slip. You know
Yeah.
how I told you kindred have preferences?
Yep.
It can be taught preferences too. That individual was taught, at least I think so, that his preference is children. That's what he meant by he could have a few drops of the prize before dropping them off.
So then, here is the question. Are one or both of these individuals we are on the way to pay a visit powerful enough of an entity to train a kindred like that, or do they serve an entity powerful enough to train a kindred to behave that way?
We won't know till we get there. Anything's
So-
possible.
my suggestion then, on the off chance that they might be that strong, is we don't say hello so much as we just kill them immediately, or try to.
That was my intention.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I didn't
Shiv,
think she was going to go any other way.
can I do a occult roll with? It seems suspicious that this Tokugawa guy really enjoys sweets, and a lot of the ghosts we've run into
Tamagawa is the
enjoy
one that
sweets.
enjoys the sweets.
Yes,
I know, yeah,
because
sealed my own fate choosing those two names, didn't I? I'm sorry.
did I mix them up again?
No,
No.
Tamagawa is the one with the sweets. Tokugawa is the one who
With the house.
did the orders, has been brushing everything under the rug, has been doing
I
sketchy
thought
things.
they were the same person.
No,
No, they're two
Two different people.
Kenon got it right.
And yeah, and just for clarity's sake, because of name confusion, I am currently not certain. Is Tamagawa implied to be involved in this, or is he just a guy who likes sweets?
He's just a guy that likes sweets. He's forgetful,
Okay.
tired, bloodshot eyes, smoking
And
breaks
then-
constantly.
Tokugawa is the one who's been involved with sketchy kids going missing and then sweeping the cases under the rug. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Marcelina's mad enough that if the guy who just likes sweets is there, he's gonna die too. Like,
Fair.
it's not a good day for whomever comes across Marcelina at this point. Yeah, Marcelina is headed to that address.
Off to
The
the house.
Coven leave the police station in their wake, heading into the humid, windy night and crossing the village towards the chief's house. The chirping insects echo into the night. The odd car driving by in the distance is the only other sound piercing through the night. Eventually, they get to the single detached house, isolated even by this village's standards. It slowly comes into view, its shadow looming over the landscape like an ominous silhouette, shadowing over the village. The relatively small two-floored house has no lights on. The house seemingly has no garden or fence surrounding it. Instead, the only thing is a narrow stone and dirt path that leads up to the house's door. What would you all like to do?
So Marcelina, before getting close to the house at all, would like to use an ability that she has, to see what information can be gained before getting into the house. She is going to use premonition.
Show me premonition, please.
Yes.
Okay, rouse check for me, please.
Okay.
And premonition.
We good?
What are you using premonition on the house?
Okay, so what I'd like to, sort of the intention is trying to find out more about, I'm not going to get these names right, but the man who's essentially running, the chief who's like running this whole operation.
You're not going to be able to use. Yeah, you're not going to be able to use it on the chief because you've never even met him.
Okay.
You can't. You need
Okay,
to focus
so then-
on what you're trying to get a premonition of, and if you don't know what he looks like,
Understood,
but you
understood.
can absolutely
Okay.
use it on the house.
So then I will use it on the house to, at the very least, like, she's trying to find the kids, or at least, you know, evidence of them. Like, her kids, the kids are the focus for her. So yeah, the house is what we'll go with.
Yep.
Okay. I don't get modifiers on that, I don't think. And then, oh.
Okay.
I'm gonna re-roll 2 of those. See if we can maybe get a crit out of that.
God. Okay. You focus on the house as the blood rushes around your body. You begin to see visions of what could be. Nothing is clear to you. You only know that inside of this house is fury, anger, and satisfaction. You
Okay.
come back. The blood leaves your head. And for a brief moment, you feel hunger. Not the hunger of kindred, but the hunger that once plagued you when you were mortal, for but a brief second.
Okay. I think like flavor-wise, while she's in this premonition, right, where normally her eyes would go black whenever she does like ability stuff, her eyes actually would have filled with blood. Not leaking, but just like, covering
I was thinking of
the
saying
entirety
that
of
as
her
well,
eye.
but I didn't want to, take player advocacy away.
Yeah. So that's what would happen. Her eyes would go bloody like that, and then, shrink back away into her body. So to make sure that I understand correctly, so essentially he carries a lot of the same things, I guess, personality-wise, as Marcelina did when she was still mortal. Or is it hunger as in legitimate hunger for food?
It was a very brief thing, and it was like hunger you feel when you're you're an actual mortal, for steak or twiglets. Because twiglets are.
Oh, that's even
twiglets
worse.
are
Okay.
bay.
Okay. Cool, that's great. Okay. And then anger, fury, and satisfaction. Don't like that. Okay. Cool. So Marcelina sort of like bends her head until the bones kind of crack, and just pulls out her guns, and she starts, doing the quick check, make sure everything is as it should be. She's got the armor piercing rounds in there. And she is going to look for the back door, wherever that back door entrance is.
You walk. Is everyone going round with you? Or are they just kind of giving...
Are you guys following?
She's in that mood.
I
We're
am.
going to give 10 feet distance minimum. And then we'll follow.
She's in that mood.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep a close eye on her.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys are like following or what's happening,
Bruh.
but Marcelina's in her
Hello.
own.
She's in that mood. I want to be behind her, away from the gun barrel.
Flip
That's
is going
smart.
to stay around the front of the building and just keep watch. We don't need 5 immortals to kill a corrupt police anything. He's just like, I'll keep watch.
Also, in case he tries to run, you're in the front door.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't have been hidden from you either when you guys saw her eyes go all bloody. But yeah, it's probably safe not to be in the way of her guns right now. So cool if y'all are following. She's going straight for that back door.
You walk round the side of the house, past the windows that are blocked off with storm shutters. And a motion-activated security light beams light down on the grassy area outside and shows a thick metal back door. A large vent rests above it and slightly off to one side of the house, blowing out warm air into the night. The only windows are on the above floor, but also remain dark and silent. How would you like to proceed?
The metal door, does it have a handle or a lock, like a padlock on it or anything like that? It does.
It has a
Okay.
handle, yeah.
Marcelina
Just a handle.
Okay, does it have a lock on it?
No.
Okay. So we're gonna try for it. Now, when you said that there's a security light that comes on, is it like a circular sort of beam, or is it just like a floodlight that just covers the whole
It's just like
backyard?
a floodlight. I think it's a metal halide as standard for security lamps because it's very bright.
Okay.
No,
Is Marcelina currently in it already?
yes.
Cool. We gonna keep walking. Because already
You
came
will
on.
all know as well that this light is so damn bright that if any kindred had eyes of the beast on, they would be blinded by that, completely overwhelmed by their senses. This is a very bright light, but you are in a very isolated area as well. So no one's going to have spotted you going in unless they were looking out the house. All the lights are out in the house, so you would notice, a flutter of curtains or something.
Ooh, Marcelina is mad. Okay. Right, so we're gonna go up to the door. I imagine the light kind of floods over the door area as well, so I'd be able to see if there's anything like on the floor,
Yep.
any weird things there. And she's gonna just touch the handle and give it a little slight turn to see if it's locked or not.
Door is not locked.
Amazing. She's gonna open the fucking door and walk right in.
Everyone going in, following Marcelina after, safe 10 seconds.
Oh, no, I'm right there with her.
Bro, I'm ready to
Apart
tackle
from
something.
Karen,
Let's fucking go.
The door silently
Oh.
swings open to a small room. The door closes behind the Coven as they step into the chilly room. A single door, similar to a walk-in freezer, stands opposite the new arrivals. A large metal table with a drain built into it flows into a gutter into the floor. The metal is stained with a crusty brown stain, and new, fresher crimson stains. The occasional scratch and serrated nick in the otherwise smooth metal screams of some kind of saw being used upon it, and clean steel hooks on chains dangle from the ceiling, kept immaculately clean.
You said that there is fresh blood on it.
Yes. Fresher.
I'm gonna kick on heightened senses, and I'd like to use my ears and see if I can hear any kind of movement, especially as I kind of walk closer towards. You said there's another door in there, right?
There's another door on the inside that's definitely going to lead into the inside of the house, and I'm not going to make you roll for heightened senses.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just reminded of very inappropriate timing. Reminded of this meme I once saw on VTM subreddit, where the storyteller says you hear the chants of a choir off in the distance. I use heightened senses. The chants become louder. I thought that was brilliant. You don't hear anything, but you're unable to tell if that's because this room, which is essentially a chiller, has got really thick insulation, which it must have to be a chiller, or if it is truly quiet on the inside of the house. It'd be impossible to tell the difference.
Okay. I'm gonna keep them on if you'll allow me. I think it'll last for a scene anyway.
It does, yeah.
And I'm going to go up to the door that leads into the house and slowly turn the knob. I'm assuming there's a knob there. And begin to just slowly open it up.
It is a metal handle which does not budge under your grip and has clearly been locked from the outside.
I see.
Just to clarify as well, the outside of this door would be the inside of the house. English be wild sometimes,
Yes, it do be wild sometimes. Which one of you is extra strong? Marcelina says out loud.
Kanoon shrugs.
I'm not terribly
Maybe if me
sure.
and Kanoon work together? I got
This is
stronger after I
locked.
woke up.
Yes, this is locked. But if you press hard enough on these kinds of handles, you can break through the lock.
I know
me try.
Slip is quite strong.
But it's good that he's out there in the front. Should our chief try to leave, he'll run into Slip.
Let me try this. Alright, I'm gonna... what am I gonna roll up? Force this fucking thing open.
Strength and strength.
I'm sorry, wait, it's just strength and what?
Strength and strength.
Double
Wait.
strength.
The sheets will
damn.
allow you to do it. I know.
That was a thing. Cool.
Yeah, I didn't know it was a thing until I opened up Fall of
What?
London, the official book, and one of the first rolls a player can do in that is strength and strength. And I'm like, oh, this just fucking opens up a whole world to me. Then I
It
hardly
does
ever
make
get to
sense,
use it.
though. God damn,
Yeah, it's
alright,
just pure-
strength.
Yeah, it's just pure brute raw strength. God damn it.
No, fuck that, I'm willpower rolling.
Yeah.
Rerolling the 2 3s and the 2.
Yeah, that 6 was like a petty success, wasn't it?
Bitch.
Sato,
This is some bullshit.
You walk up to the door that is bolted, crack your knuckles, and with all your might attempt to pull the lock open. Unfortunately, you can't quite get a very good angle on it, and although it does budge, it does not break, and the door remains locked.
Can I get mad and just slam it?
No! I don't want him to know we're coming.
Well, fuck.
You can always just try again. There's nothing stopping you from just trying again.
That is true. Hold on. One more time. Let me get a good angle on this thing. Hold on. This is a matter of pride at this point.
Best
Perhaps
of luck.
Kanoon can help.
Elias
Oh
will
no, Joe,
ha-
let Sato handle it.
Elias will hand you one of those rubber disc like jar openers. Here,
Does
try
he just
that.
have one on him?
Can I get a plus one for that?
No!
Gets a better grip on it.
It's a door, not a jar!
Angle, not a pickle jar!
You got to open it a bit
it's
before it
made.
becomes a jar.
Oh, I
Oh.
forgot to buy pickles when I
Thank
went to the grocery store today.
So,
God.
if you want to push this thing open, you gotta... Oh, never mind. There it is.
Sticking with it.
I think they'll know we're coming.
I gotta be honest. I made the joke, I'm gonna get angry and smash it, and if that's not me getting angry and smashing it...
I think they'll know we're coming.
It's...
I'm sorry, it's too good. Oh, I'm
I
so
don't
sorry.
hear a
It's a
door
matter of story.
explode from the front of the house.
I'm about to break his door. I'm so sorry, Marcelina.
I got
You can
something
shoot me
far
after.
better in mind.
It goes off the hinges, right?
No.
I really just wanted them to break the doorknob, essentially, which would break the lock. You feel me? Like, that was what I was...
Yeah.
But hey,
That's
this
all.
works too, you know?
Yep.
You get a better angle on this handle. You not only break the door open, but you successfully, silently open it to the bottom floor of the house. The demon that is inside of you, however, begins to scratch in your head, repeating over and over, "You're the top now." You cannot trust teamwork, and perform any action that avoids establishing dominance or challenging authority at a 2 dice penalty to all of your pools. This compulsion ends when you have 1 and gloated over it. You are suffering from the dominance compulsion, so you really are the top now.
I am the top now.
Amazing. Great. So with
Bottom
it
floor
open,
to the house is
Marshall...
quiet,
Yeah.
wooden, and fairly well decorated, but all open plan, separated only by shoji. A set of carpeted stairs leads up to the second floor.
Okay. With my heightened senses up, I'm listening for heartbeats. I'm listening for breathing.
Yep.
Movement, anything like that.
You'll be able to hear, just barely, the sounds of two people asleep. The occasional snore and snort, and heartbeat in the distance, coming from upstairs.
Marcelina is gonna head towards those heartbeats.
You head straight up the stairs. The top of the stairs opens up to the landing. A closed door on your immediate right, an open door to the clean bathroom on your left, a spare room with its door open in front slightly off-center, and above you is a panel that leads to the loft. The sounds are coming from the right.
As I was walking through the house, and up to that top landing, were there any pictures around the house?
Oh, there were paintings, but there were no family pictures that you noticed on the way.
Okay, so I know this is sort of retroactive, but when we were in the police station, was there any pictures of, because that's often a thing of like, especially when someone becomes a police officer, there's like, you take a picture with your brothers and sisters in arms type of deal. Was there any pictures around in which I would have been able to tell what Chief Man looks like?
No.
No. All right, that's fine. Cool. I'm gonna open the door, that right door where I hear the heartbeats.
The room is minimally
slowly.
decorated. A walk-in wardrobe, that is a fucking hard sentence, runs next to the bed. Two single futons pushed together dominate the middle of the room, filled by what is presumably Tokugawa and his wife. Against the back wall, under the bedroom window, is a fairly large flat-screen TV.
His wife is there. God, I don't know how I want to do this. Oh, child.
Would you like some time to think about it?
I would like some time to think about it. Thank you so much.
Kenon,
I would
Elias, and
appreciate
Sato.
that.
What are the three of you doing downstairs? They can completely fuck you over, Marcine, and just say, "Oh, we're just waiting for Marcine to do something," and then we'll flash back to you.
I was gonna high key say that if Kenun ain't been tailing Marcelina, like he's got her back right now.
That's fair. Which leaves Sato and Elias.
Sato is going to start very calmly raiding this house for any sign of children.
Yeah, I think I'll help look for children as well. The back room, right?
You look around.
We went through the back
house.
room.
Yeah. You look around the
back
house.
room.
In each room, you do find portrait pictures, photos. What could only be Chief Tokugawa and his wife. Older men and older women who must be grandfathers. All of them dressed up as police officers also. All the men of the family. The kitchen seems in order, clean. You go into the dining room and you find 2 seats. Everything built for just a couple.
Normal fucking house, save for the back room.
I look in the refrigerator.
In the refrigerator, you find small polystyrene boxes of natto, a jar of kimchi, and a single well-cleaned shoe.
Well, there's no limbs in the refrigerator.
Like to look in the freezer.
Yes.
Yes.
I was about to ask,
In the
is there a
freezer!
big freezer?
It's like a chest freezer that's next to the fridge. And you'll find that there is a very small section that is just vegetables. It's incredibly odd, because Japanese don't really like frozen vegetables, preferring fresh. What's more strange is the amount of meat. What looks like steaks, and so on, wrapped up in cling film with no brand.
Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna pick one of those up. And it's gonna take me all of about 3 seconds to go, I know what the fuck this is from. I'm murdering everybody in this house. I'm gonna take one with me.
I
I'm gonna throw
suppose
it at Marceline and go, yo, guess what? Kill everybody.
they butcher their own meat, and like a tear would come down Elias's eye.
You know, if you hadn't cried there, I would have smacked you with this piece of child.
I think right now what we need is an angel of vengeance.
So, show this to Marcelina, because that's what's upstairs. Let's go. This is gonna be perfect. Marcelina is the best weapon.
Oh, and in the kitchen, of course, you find a rice cooker.
We don't have rice cooker.
So yeah, I guess we'll take a piece of mystery meat, not so mystery, and take it with us upstairs to catch up with Marcelina.
No problem.
You'd find her standing over two sleeping bodies.
Hanun loitering behind.
We investigated their kitchen and found this in the freezer, and I point over to Sat.
And I just hold it up.
Marcelina is going to walk over to the chief's side. And she's going to keep her face very close to his face. And put the gun to his head. And wait for him to wake.
I think the press of the cold steel against his skull. Elias, sorry.
Yeah, before they wake up, can I use Scry the Soul on those two?
Show me Scry's soul again, please. I know it's one of those ones where it's basically, hey, storyteller, let me ruin your fucking story. Yeah, go for it. Browse check and Scry the soul.
I'll do a willpower roll too.
Okay.
On 3 of them.
Much better.
4 successes.
Don't forget your rouse,
Ooh,
please.
Messy
That is a
critical.
Yeah.
And messy critical with Scry the Soul.
Yep.
And that's going to be actually what, 6 successes?
Yep, someone's humanity's going down, I'll tell you that now.
Off of Scry the Soul?
No, for the compulsion you're going to get from the messy crit.
Ooh.
So, that's going to be, what is that? That's 4, 5, 6 successes. 3 questions about their well-being and their psyche. The woman is strange. Well, which do you want? The husband or the wife?
I was hoping to look at both of them since they were.
Yeah, you got a messy crit. It's a crit still. So I'll give you some rudimentary information on the wife. She has this nervous aura around her. A nervous, suspect aura she is suspecting of her husband. The husband has got a very unclean aura. This man is greedy, hungry, selfish, violent. And of course they're asleep, so their intent is to sleep more.
Yeah. Do both auras appear human?
Yes. And as you're reading the man, just as you're about to will some more direct information out of the psyche, the beast inside of you rears up, almost in guard of what you might discover. You perform all actions not immediately resulting in someone or something getting harmed at a 2 dice penalty to your pool. This compulsion ends when you have incapacitated, destroyed, or driven away a target. You are suffering from the harm compulsion, and as a reminder, Sato, you are still suffering from the dominance compulsion.
I know.
And as the cold steel is pressed against the man's head, he will wake up with a jolt. His eyes open instantly and looks at Marcelina directly in front of him. And his answer straight away is an incredulous, "What are you doing in my house?"
Marcelina actually jumps on top of him. She's going to sit on his chest so he can't move, with the gun still on his forehead.
Can
I swear I don't know her. She sneak in house. I don't know her. And the wife is up.
There's no way without waking up.
She's awake now, and she is panicking. She's probably taken the covers, backing away, and cowering by the flat screen TV against the wall, weeping.
Oh, I was gonna say I was gonna go grab her.
You can still do that. It's no problem.
No, I'm just gonna kneel next to her and go, "Don't move." I'm just gonna boop her on the nose.
Marcelina, her eyes go all black, and her mouth opens so that all her fangs are exposed, and she's hissing in this man's face. And she says to him, "Where are they?"
And he'll look at you through squinting eyes as his senses very quickly regained. And he'll be... "So who was it that tipped you off? Tokugawa? That druggie finally grow a spine?" Was it Hara, then? The delusional youth and his idea of what justice is, not the real world?
No.
Then what or who?
The person you kept in the cell.
A family inheritance. How did you even get to it?
With that, Marcelina is going to bite into his throat and rip his throat out.
Completely free action.
What happened?
Completely free.
Oh,
4 fangs already extended. You don't even bother holding the man down. You just lean forward, rip into his flesh, and start pulling off pieces of muscle, sinew, and vein. Blood spills out everywhere as his wife screams in terror, and begins crying and shouting no over and over again, and asking why.
I'm gonna hold her mouth shut and hold her very close to me. Let's go. He deserved this. You know that, right?
And she'll shake her head under your grip, as she's still watching her husband being literally torn apart by Marcelina, who is biting so deep into the man's throat that his head is already lolling off, basically held on by pieces of thin flesh.
Marcelina is going to rise up, and because it's hanging on by that barely little bit of flesh, is going to rip it from the body. She's going to go to the bathroom. She's going to clean herself up. And with the head in hand, she is going to search the house for any sign of the child's or multiple children's clothes or shoes, trophies, anything that this individual would have taken and kept of them.
Wits and awareness with a +1 for your speciality. That's good enough. You do a quick surveil of the house. Combining your information with what Sato and Elias have already told you, you find nothing new. However, there is one place that nobody has searched. The loft.
That's where I go.
While Marcelina is doing that, I think Elias still kind of a bit frustrated with how monstrous this now deceased man is. He's still going to have a couple bloody tears. I think, even though it's not going to accomplish anything, I think Elias is just going to punch him in the chest a few times. And just kind of yell at the body.
Do strength and brawl for me.
You are a complete monster. You're a human, but you're more monstrous than many kindred. How could you be so sickened?
Yeah, alright, fuck it. It's you, Elias. I'll let you have that. As you beat the body that's already been weakened, the man is quite elderly already, and without even realizing it, you're punching through broken ribcage and bones. The chest cavity is collapsed in on itself, and you have destroyed this man's chest. The beast inside of you calms down. Sato.
Oh,
sorry.
I was just gonna say, Elias takes his fists out, and there's a couple pieces of bone stuck in them. He just pulls them out, wincing.
Sato. You have this man's wife effectively grappled, muffled in silence, and she is protesting. She is confused, quite clearly confused as to what and why this has all happened.
And I'm gonna get aggressive. My throat's not gonna want me to do it. Alright. I'm gonna take my hand off your mouth. If you scream, it's gonna go around your throat next. Okay?
That my fetish! But she'll nod.
I'm gonna let her mouth go. And I'm gonna be like, you knew. You had to know.
She's already put both of her hands over her own mouth, trying to stifle her own screams and weeps, and she's just shaking her head over and over and over again.
Did you eat it?
And
Did
she
you
just
eat them?
stops, and she's like, "What are you talking about? Eat. What?"
Children.
Her eyes just going wider and wider as it's all beginning to make
What do you-
sense to her. All these lies that she's been told over the years, every time that she's questioned these things and literally been beaten back to stop asking them, it all comes to her in this flash, this epiphany. And she's just, no. Vegetarian.
You only ever eat the vegetables.
Only the frozen ones was I allowed.
Hmm.
And I think at this point you're close. You've spent some time close with this woman, and you will notice that on her body, in places that are usually hidden away by clothes, on the shoulders, chest bone, collarbones, and things like that, there are bad bruising, bad markings. These are quite obvious how they've been inflicted upon this poor woman.
Sato is conflicted. This woman has obviously been harmed, but mommy issues. And dominance.
Slip, by the way, you would have heard, a commotion if you wanted to come running in to see what's going down. That's fine as well.
I imagine you would have heard screams from the man because, like, the Hakata's bite is painful to humans, too. So you would have
even
heard him...
have long enough to scream.
No.
You would have heard the initial scream, until she completely bit through, but the initial bite, you would have heard the scream. And probably the wife screaming, because the wife for a minute there was shrieking.
Oh, yeah.
So...
Tracks with everything he expected this to be, and he's just nodding his head, just trying to look unobtrusive while keeping watch out by the street level. Just, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. If at any point you want to come rushing in, you just let me know.
Sure.
I think Kenun would still be in the room with Sato because, Marcelina's got her severed head. She's fine. She's got what she's come for. But, yeah, Sato and the lady, he's just sort of standing there, arms crossed, watching.
Sato, would you like a minute to think about what you're going to do?
I actually have a legitimate question.
Go on.
Like Kenun is in like full view, just crossed arms and staring.
Yeah.
What kind of facial expression does he have? His
Completely
normal
neutral. Yeah.
Completely neutral.
He's watching to see what she'll do.
Fuck it, dominance. The fuck are you looking at?
Raises an eyebrow. As though, he's just staring blankly. The silence speaks for itself.
Don't fucking judge me.
Maintains the complete poker face, silence, staring, clearly judging.
I'm getting fucking mad.
Yes. How do you intend to use it?
Like this. I'm going to throw her to the ground. Then I'm gonna wheel round. And I'm gonna try to punch Kenun in the face.
I knew it!
To establish dominance.
Strength, bro! Kenun, how are you responding?
I'm just gonna dodge. Like, I
Dex
knew this was
athletics.
coming.
Oh god, it's awful.
Everyone sticking with it, or anyone want to reroll?
Fuck it. I want to reroll. What's that? Oh, I can only reroll 2, but fuck it. Let's see what we get. I just need one more.
And you got
Wait,
it.
Is it the defender or the attacker?
Goes to the attacker. Unless Kenon wants to reroll.
I
Got
feel like
3.
causing problems on purpose. I just might.
You've got 3 dice you can reroll, and you only need 1 success.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Oh, Lord.
But fate has other ideas.
Fine,
Ooh,
that's fine. I'm not trying particularly hard.
Sato! You throw the woman to the ground, discarding her like an empty crisp packet. March forward, fists clenched, and backhand Kenon. His head jerks in response, but he remains standing where he was. Kenon, take 1 superficial damage.
No one judges me.
I do, dear Sato Rin.
I guess this is happening. Stop jumping him. Stop jumping him.
Strength brawl! Kenon, strength brawl! I'm going to count this as a grapple.
Oh, then I got
Sato.
slippery.
Oh no!
So yeah, strength brawl, and then slippery was +2? Is that what we said
Yes.
earlier?
Does that apply? Oh, yeah, that totally applies. Of course it fucking does. Poor Sato.
No, fuck it. I want to play this out.
Sato's just a baby. He's still learning.
Hold on. Rerolling those 2. Get fucked. And it's still the beast. I'm gonna die. This is it.
It's not the beast.
Oh, it's not?
No, because that is a draw, and it goes to you as the aggressor. But RJ has sacrificed 6,000 of his 6,800 points to give you a reroll.
To give Sato a reroll?
Yeah.
Like a full reroll?
A full
Yeah, a
reroll.
full like do the roll again, like the whatever it was, the strength brawl or whatever.
Did I not have used that willpower already?
It's already been done.
No, wait. Can I bank that? Because technically I just won this fight.
Well, do I still have the opportunity to willpower reroll? Is that
Yes.
allowed?
Absolutely, it is.
Looks like I'm rerolling that fucking... Looks like I'm using that now because I don't trust him.
That's the chaos
Jesus,
laugh
reroll.
coming out.
Fuck you, Ryan. God damn it, I shouldn't... I shouldn't have done it. I failed. Okay, fine, that's fair. I got greedy. I got greedy and scared.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 2 you can re-roll still. With willpower.
If I keep using my willpower like this is gonna go really bad, really bad.
You asked for this, Sato Rin.
Motherfucker, keep talking, I'm angry.
Hang on a minute, Kenon. You're the one that poked the fire as well.
Oh, all I did was stand there.
There's probably a little voice in the back of your head that's like, I
maybe
should leave the violence to Marcelina, which is probably like not helping the beast at all.
Oh no.
Sato,
Oh.
you stumble forward, writhing in agony, writhing in anger, and attempt to subdue Kenun, who is easily able to just move out of the way as you stumble forward and are unable to grapple Kenun. Kenun, what would you like to do?
I wasn't poking the fire before. I was just standing there. I was just standing there watching. But
Come on, it's time for me to die.
Out of character, Kenun's player is having this moral dilemma of, I really want to, but I don't really want to, but I really want to.
Do it! You have my permission! Fight me! I accept my fate.
honestly, I don't want just... I'm hitting all of the buttons on accident on my keyboard as I am low-key standing up in my chair and making motions as though I am, like, there.
I feel you.
Kenun kind of reaches forward and grabs Sato's face, forcing him to meet his eye. I am your mentor, dear Sato Rin. It is my duty to train you to be Gaki, yes? Well, the first rule a good Gaki must learn is obedience. You do not even know the fivefold way. Do not deign to challenge me. It will not go well for you.
Do I find anything in the loft?
Oh, really? We want to go away from this?
We don't have to. I was just gonna give Sato a chance to figure out what he wants to do.
I'm deciding. You know what? Let's back away for a minute. I'm deciding how quickly I want to die.
Okay.
I could feel the energy. I was like, oh, maybe this is the time.
The cord for the loft is pulled on, and a very narrow stairway unfolds and lands with a loud thud on the landing's carpet floor. The smell of blood dances from the loft and teases Marcelina's senses, only getting stronger the longer the panel is open. The makeshift stairway lets out metallic groans as as Marcelina ascends the staircase. She reaches the top as a smell of blood and fresh meat fills her senses. The loft has been converted into some kind of twisted butchery. A large table runs along the side wall with various tools hooked onto the wall, all kept extremely clean. Large bins have been used and labelled as skin, bones and organs. Small hooks have been screwed into the wall on the side. Blood spatters dried onto the wall under the hooks imply their grim use. On the opposite wall, laid out on a thick wooden table, is a child's body. A coterie recognise it from the night they saw earlier. It is Kotaro, laid out dead, his body being drained of blood and other vital fluids.
Marcelina, being alone here. It is the one and only time that she will ever allow herself to feel anything. She looks at the child's body. One single bloody tear falls from her face. She disengages whatever hooks or things are inside this child's body, and she is going to lift the child up, cradle them, the head of the monster who did this still in her hand, and she's going to say, "Don't you worry, darling. I took care of him for you. You can rest now. And she's going to wipe away the one tear that she had and walk down with the child's body. She's going to walk back into the room, probably see the nonsense that's happening there. She's going to walk up to the woman. And she's just going to essentially show what her husband was doing. And say to the woman, "Get up now."
Odds or evens, Marcelina?
Evens.
The woman stares at the child. All emotion seeps from her face. She is in complete shock. And somehow, for some reason, silently stands up. A blank look upon her face as she's looking directly into the child's eyes, and you can see tears streaming down her cheeks.
I can see that you didn't know what was happening here. From the looks of you, I understand why. So this is your one chance. You're going to grab your things, and you're going to leave. You are not going to breathe a word of this to anyone, ever. And I want you to know that there is no place on this earth that I won't be able to find you.
She gives
You
a
keep
very
your
deep
mouth
bow.
shut.
She gives a very
You keep
deep
your
bow.
mouth shut.
Oh, sorry.
And you will be safe from me.
She gives you a very deep bow, and you just hear pitter-patters of tears hitting the floor. She walks past the two battling Gaki, completely ignoring them, and you can hear her go downstairs. A few moments later, you just hear a thud hitting the floor. Sato and Keno.
I imagine she passed out.
Sato, Kenon, what are you two doing? Sato is probably currently having a coughing fit because, bless him, he has not been very well this week, so we were
I'm very
lucky
sorry.
to have him.
You're not wrong. It was a coughing fit.
I figured.
I'll admit, coughing fits are bad because they break my brain. I am trying to figure out how to not go against the conviction, but also not die. Because now there is another very dangerous and unstable person in this room, and if I say one wrong thing, I'm getting shot or I'm getting my head eaten. There are two options, and neither one are good.
I can offer you a third option, if you'd like.
What is the
I
third
can
option?
end your compulsion for you at cost, which is totally not rules as written, but
I have
Yeah.
been put in my fucking place. Sure.
increase your hunger by 2
Well,
to
that's
suppress
fair enough,
this
actually.
demon raging inside of you.
Cool. With that, I'm honestly just going to drop to my knees and start crying a little bit, having some moments here.
While that's going on, the wife, how's the wife doing?
I
She went
essentially sent
downstairs.
her away. I
okay.
throw away and said, "Get your things and get the fuck up out of here."
I would like to. I would like to go after the wife briefly.
Elias, you go downstairs, and you find the wife's body keeled over on the floor. A small tanto blade sticking out of her gut.
Oh,
Oh, I suppose I wasn't quick enough. I wanted to soothe her torment and make this night not so awful. Well, I'll just have to be faster next time. Elias would go back upstairs.
Marcelina will have left the Gaki doing their thing, and she's still holding the head of this guy and the child. And she is walking down the stairs past the wife, past Elias, out the front door, past Slip. Marcelina's intention is to walk all the way to his mother's home.
In that case, we'll think about bringing the end of the session here, unless anyone has got anything they wish to do or say.
I was just going to say that Kenun lets Sato just have a moment and then offers him a hand back up.
I'll use my suppress the hunger.
Of course. And Slip, what would your reaction be as you see Marcelina carrying this head and child?
He's going to follow. He doesn't think there's a single thing he could possibly say right now that would be of benefit to anybody. So he's just going to be there if she wants it for whatever reason.
Okay. Then we shall bring an end to this week's session of Nihon Nights. Because I think we've had enough heart-wrenching drama, and we'll deal with confronting the mother with her body next week. I apologize, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So, that said, all of our characters have made use of the unofficial player's guide from our good buddy Bully over on Tablegoth, which you can get in the chat in the links probably about 30 seconds before I sent the link in and started speaking. But now you know why it's randomly there. I think we all need hugs after that one, Pixie. Elias! Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
I am Nascavian. I play Elias. I play on Table of Horrors every Friday.
Sato! Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
I'm Softy. I'm a little sick right now, but I'll be fine. I can be found at all of the socials of media under Softonomicon. On here in Twitch, it's Softonomicon. Variety streamer. My brain doesn't work. Shiv is my husband. Hedgehog husband.
It's true.
I'm done.
You can find Softy over on twitch.tv/Softonomicon. Link is in chat. He does a variety of streams from art to games. He's a wonderful human being. Please do tune into him. We love him to absolute bits, and he is my hedgehog husband. And we hope you get well soon. Marcelina, who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, I do things. I do TTRPGs. I do things here on Table of Horrors every Friday and future things that are on the horizon. I am a part of Lanyap Gaming. We air every Tuesday on Twitch and on Sundays, where you can catch our current chronicle, which is Blood and Jazz. And I've done some things on Table Goth. Go check out Bully's stuff. Not just the things I'm in. Also another great storyteller who we all love very dearly. Go check that out. If you want to follow me on social media, I am the Risa Rave. I post all of the updates of like TTRPG things on Twitter, so that's the one to follow. That's it.
Slip! Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
Yes, I variety stream here on Twitch over at the link provided, and I'm Vampire Father on Twitter. I'm here Fridays, every Friday, and that's it. Very simple.
Kenun! Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
Hi, I'm Daybreakathon. You can find me streaming stuff, doing video game related crimes on Twitch at Daybreakathon. General Agent of Chaos, written a couple of fantasy novels. Check those out. I did the character art for Kenun, Slip, and Sato Rin. Also open for commissions there. Do I do anything else? My dog says hi. I exist on Twitter, technically speaking.
Technically speaking.
Set things on fire sometimes, usually fictionally.
And you juggle.
Oh, that too.
The book that Elias is holding up is our dear Kenun's book. If y'all want to go check it out, it's on Amazon. Go grab it.
Heart hands, very much appreciated.
Check out links down below for links to audio-only episodes, YouTube archive for not just previous VTM games, but all the games we have done so far. The Twitter, Discord. We run a play-by-post. Things are getting there. I am currently 60-40 towards killing myself rather than successfully running a week's worth of Halloween games. But we'll see how it goes. And at this point, I just want to have a little gush over our players. Elias works fucking hard for hours and hours and hours. And he actually used to work like a 12-hour shift and then come and play Vampire with us. And, you know, thank you, Elias. That means a lot to us. We give you a hard time, but we fucking love you.
Hands, hard hands.
Sato! You've always come. You've always managed to make it here. We fucking love you. You've been sick this week. You haven't even done your own streams. You were absolutely willing and able to stream if a backup if I needed it today. And not only that, but you came and played with us. So, you know, thank you.
Hard hands.
Marcelina! You are fucking busy. Like, you are so fucking busy. I don't know how you do everything that you've got going on in real life. Let alone the fact that you've got all this going on in real life, and you do a fucking damn good job of that. But you also come and play TTRPGs with us, with Lanyap, and you've got other things planned, and I'm astounded. Absolutely astounded by you, and I'm so grateful that you come and play with us. Thank you.
Hard hands.
Slip! I know you come here and play games and you fucking love it and you just enjoy playing TTRPGs in general, but you give up your time to be here. You could be doing absolutely anything in the world, and your RP quality is amazing. So thank you for coming and being here. It means a lot to me.
Hard hands.
Thank
Hard
you.
hands, hard to say, but hard hands.
Kenun! You're fucking insane, and I love it. You're great. Your RP. You've never even really done much in the way of VTM. This is, I think, your second VTM game ever.
Yes.
And
Yes.
your RP is sublime. You managed to make it here. You could also be doing absolutely anything you want. And not only that, but the artwork you've done for Kenon, Slip, and Sato is fantastic. So, thank you so much for being here.
I'm throwing them
It's
heart
really
hands right back at
appreciated.
you.
Aggressive heart hands.
Aggressive heart hands.
And last but not at all least, the people that come and watch. I don't know why
heart hands
you
for all of
do,
you.
but thank you. It's.
We love
I'm
you.
not gonna lie. It's a fucking effort doing these games week in, week out, and I am currently flat out 7 days a week from about an hour after I wake up until I go to sleep making games. So the fact that anyone that isn't playing comes and watches it motivates me. It means so much to me. I could never put it in words. So thank you.
We love you.
Heart hands, heart
bum.
hands, heart hands, heart hands.
I'm gonna take a second because I can and say shout out to our storyteller because of all the work he does.
Yes.
And provides us with this wonderful world and many others to play in.
Yes.
As much as he doesn't like compliments, you are a phenomenal storyteller, and we all love you very, very much.
Yeah,
Aggressive
Shiv.
heart hands right in your face.
Mwah.
Compliments do not compute. Unknown error. What do?
Heart hands become even more aggressive.
Shut up, Shiv. I'm in your closet.
Manual override engaged.
My tentacles are coming for you.
Oh,
Good thing I'm not wearing trousers. We'll go a raiding on TTRP Theatre, who are playing Vampire the Masquerade. But legally and morally, we are not allowed to go until Slip says the line.
hello, Mirabelle. This is Slip. I got your number from your cousin Marcelina. If you could call me back at your earliest convenience, I would love to negotiate with you just your cybersecurity and your internet online life, sort of quality of life improvements. So call me back at this number anytime, night or night.
Thank you all for coming.